Good morning. Yeah, welcome everyone to session one. I'm really looking forward to this. So feel free to stick in the chat. How are you doing? How are you feeling to start with? Can be a big question, so you can just say hi if you want to. Are these sessions recorded? Yes, hi Amy. They are recorded, so you can get this recording afterwards if today is not, or this morning is not the morning for you. Hello. Hi, morning from Canada. Hello. What time is it in Canada? Ah, thank you, Nikki. Yes, that's right. This is being recorded, but it will be me, so you can't be seen. Your information won't be out there. It's just my screen. Stressed as I couldn't locate the link. Nothing stresses me out more than that. I also had that feeling today, just trying to find my own link. 6 a.m. Whew, amazing. Oh, well, I'm so glad that you are all here. Thank you. I'm sure we will have a few people coming in a little bit, a few minutes later, and that's fine. We're also going to have people who are going to watch after the recording's done. So, since we have not so much time, I think let's get started. Welcome, everybody, for the last time, and thank you so much for coming. This is session one of voice and breath and hypermobility. So, exploring our voice and breath together. And the first thing I would love to encourage us to do, really, let's start with this being practical. These are practical sessions. This is a self hug. If you've worked with me before, well, you might have done this. But this is our first nervous system connector. And it gives us physical feedback in the body. So just think about whatever position you're in, just giving yourself that little hug. And with the hug, crucially, comes a breath. And while you're giving yourself a hug, let's make it last 15 to 20 seconds. I will just explain why this mechanism of hugging can be really effective for the nervous system. So when we're hypermobile, because of the overwhelm in the body, it can be really difficult for our bodies to feel the feedback of a hug or the details of sensations. So as an experiment, just close your eyes wherever you are in your hug. And we're going to take a breath in and out, and I'm going to ask you to notice the movement of that breath now that your eyes are closed. Don't pop any shoulders out, any shoulder blades. Go nice and easy and just explore that little hug. The squeeze of the hands on the arms and the release. Lovely. Just checking the chat. Really lovely. So that is our first little nervous system connector. It's one that I do use a lot of the time. So if you've got a notebook next to you and you liked it or you're curious about it, write that down. As I said, try and let it take 20 seconds and you'll actually start to gently contact your nervous system and calm yourself down. Oh, I'm getting messages through. Hi, Amy. Hi, Julia. Okay. Oh, I'm so glad that you're all here. Thank you. So before we get into our practical work, I'm going to invite you to write down any intrusive thought, anything that is in your mind that feels a little bit stuck. So the worry about what am I going to have for lunch, or am I going to have time to go for a wee if I need to during this, or oh, that really annoying thing that happened yesterday, or I can't forget this. Write it down and see if by putting it out onto a piece of paper, we can just allow ourselves a little bit more presence for the next 90 minutes. So any intrusive thought, write it down. I promise you it will be there when we finish. But something I know from working with a lot of hypermobile people is that it really helps to address the brain and the busyness of our brains that can be quite overwhelmed first. So we are here over the next 4 weeks, and I'm really excited to have that amount of time. Sorry, I just got distracted by the chat. I'm really excited to have that amount of time because what we're here to do, I want to be really clear, is not to cure ourselves because that isn't possible. It's not how EDS works, and it isn't how voice and breath works. However, what we are here to do is to connect to your breath, your voice, and really take that time to start building a relationship to it. And we will talk about why and how that helps. But what it can do and what it does do is help you feel a bit better in the day to day. So, whatever situation is coming up, or however big the flare, when this is put into practice and we build this little connector into our nervous systems, I find it is the most helpful thing I have found. So I just wanted to be clear that we're not here to cure ourselves because I don't believe that we need curing, but we are here to understand ourselves, to breathe more deeply, and to help ourselves actually feel a little bit better. Oh, Julia in the chat saying that mindfulness can be really difficult for people with EDS, with crossovers with ADHD. 100%. As I said, that's exactly it in terms of address the brain first, and then we can let our bodies relax a little bit. Totally hear you. I struggle with the same things, and I teach this stuff. So, if I may, I'm going to tell you a little bit about me and how I got here, why I'm sitting here. My name's Imogen, and I'm the Hypermobile voice coach, and I'm really delighted to be here to share exercises that are safe and are supported and are by us and are for us. So I work as a voice coach, and I work in theatre and the acting world. I help with productions and I work with actors, but a lot of my life is like a double life. And some of you may understand that because every single day is EDS day in my life. I have EDS, I have POTS, I have mast cell activation, I have gastroparesis, I've got a little bit of ankylosing spondylitis. I'm sure there's some others I'm missing, but I'm a lifelong patient. And like many of you may also understand, I'm very intolerant to a lot of medications. So I started to get really curious about alternate ways to support our bodies. And over my years of training my voice as a singer and training as an actor, without realizing it, what I'd actually found was this in to my nervous system. And I kept going back to singing, acting, voice classes, whatever it was, because actually I realized after quite a long time, it was helping me feel a bit better. And so I started getting really curious about how do I share this with people who aren't going to actor training, because it's not for everyone, or don't like or enjoy singing, but actually there is a benefit to this work that I am very passionate about sharing. So for more information, technical information, anatomy, I have got a research paper. You can see that online. I've got a website with information. There are previous webinars I've done for EDS UK, which talk about the what and the how. But what we are here to do is really give you a more in-depth practical experience. So we are going to be on a journey for the next 4 weeks, and there are going to be bits that feel really comfortable and bits that feel less comfortable. But I would love to ask for you to trust me in this process. I know that's a really difficult thing when our bodies have not been treated great in all spaces. And I'm going to ask you to trust yourself in this process as well. A lot of this is actually giving back power to the body. I thought of an image for what we're doing, and I just wanted to share that. If your house is a body, if your body is a house, and what we're going to do is explore these different rooms in the house. Some of them you might know and some of them you might not. If today feels a little bit slow, don't worry, because what today is actually the house tour. So it's just finding what is in there. We're just going to look at these different areas, and then in the next coming weeks, we're going to explore them in more detail. Just seen I've got some messages in the chat. Do. Amazing. Okay. Do we need floor space and a mat? So if you have floor space, if lying down is accessible to you today and you have a mat and you are comfortable to do that, I really would encourage you to find a little floor space, and we're going to do some practical work. This can be your bed. This can be elevated with pillows if you've got issues around hip, neck, spine, whatever it is. So the most important thing is that we find a position that you can stay in, because we are going to be a little bit more still today. Let me just check the messages. Eileen says, does it matter I have a strained voice? So all of this should be good for your voice, because we're not doing lots of extended voice work today. As I said, we're doing the house tour, so we're really focusing more on the breath and the body. But don't push yourself, Eileen. Ellie, good question. Dysphagia with a cough and a cold. I've just seen a question from Alice for cough and cold. Okay, please remind me if I don't come back to that at the end. But as a bit of a spicy brain myself, I do also find it quite hard to read, be present, and look at messages. So don't worry about just reminding me again, okay? Right. The next thing we're going to do is just a little bit of biofeedback. So this is the practice of bringing the hand onto the body. We're not moving down into the practical position quite yet. We're just going to allow the hand to just settle on the body and make a gentle bit of contact. Just messaging Nikki to say I'm going to ask for the chat to just be turned off for me for now. Yeah, let's try that. Okay. So please bring a hand onto your body. If you are distracted like the chat like me, I'm just going to close it for now, because this is my brain going, right, I can't do that. Right, bring your hand onto your body and just take a breath and close your eyes. And I'm going to tell you, as you start to allow your hand to, it might be still, it might want to explore, but we're just going to allow this hand to gently move around the body. And I'm just going to tell you a little story, if I may. Allow your hand to find a place on your chest, your ribs, your torso, whatever feels good to you. And the main thing is that you are still breathing while you do this. So this is the tale of two voices. And we're here to explore these two aspects of your breath and voice over the next few weeks. So we will touch on particular issues. I know we've all got different things going on, dysphagia, paralyzed vocal cords. There's so many different things. And what I can't do is help everyone with an individual thing. But what we can do is actually embed a practice of all of these exercises. And when we put them into a practice, it's going to lessen our chance of injury. And it's going to mean that when something does flare up with the voice or the breath, you're going to have more connection to it. There'll be more muscular connection. There'll be more nervous system connection. So all of these exercises are going to help with dysphonia, losing the voice. They will help with anxiety. They will help with things like brain fog. And practicing them when you're not having a severe flare, or if you are having a really difficult time with dysphagia, working it into when you're not in a big flare, that is going to help when the dysphagia does come back as well. So while I hope that this, and it will give you a lot of practical tools and tips, more than that, I really hope that it gives you an experience of your own breath, your own body, and your own voice. because the answer to this, to finding that connection, it's not going to be from me and it's not going to be outside knowledge. It's actually inside of you. And what's really difficult is that our bodies, when they're chronically pained, they can't decipher all of these messages alone. And that's why I think that guided voice work is really, really important. So well done for getting yourself here. Thank you for being here. And I'm going to tell you the tale of these two voices. Anything that comes up and you want to write a note about, write it in your notebook and let this start to really spark thoughts about your connection to your own voice, your own breath, and your own body. So we need our voices to express, communicate, to connect, and importantly, to advocate. But breathing and speaking are full body activities. They take from your skull down to your pelvis. And we know this. We know that this is challenging for people with EDS to coordinate all of these muscles anyway. But how many of you know when you've popped your SIJ, your hip, whatever is happening, or you've got issues in the lower back and you need to cough, how many of you know that that cough is a full body experience? So keep touching and just breathe out and let the next breath arrive gently, just as you're exploring, letting your hands just explore this body as it is today. And I'm going to tell you just about this anatomical voice, first of all. So we might use our mouths to speak, but breathing and speaking require this mammoth coordination. So that's the anatomical voice. Someone might be able to test it. They might be able to scan it. They might be able to prove it to you or show you on a graph. And that's what the medical world and speech and language therapy tries to deal with, is the anatomical voice. So that is one voice. And now we come to the second part. And this is the expressive voice. I feel very lucky I get to work with a lot of hypermobile people, one-to-one. And a lot of a common theme that I hear is how society and hospitals and medical systems generally have really affected this expressive voice. So from fainting when you walk into a hospital to a lump in the throat when you need to explain yourself, or a gripping feeling when you talk about your condition, or whatever it might be for you. But these are all demonstrations of how the nervous system affects the voice and breath. So we've got this part one. We have this mechanical, anatomical voice, and it's made of muscles and cartilage. And now we also have part two, which is this expressive voice. And I don't think we can disconnect that from our identity, and we can't disconnect it from our emotions. So that's what we're here to do. We're actually here to look at both of these voices together. If that brings up any thoughts in you or any connections for your own life, as I said, please do make a note of it. Or if you have questions for later, write that down. Just before we get into our practical work, and I promise you it is coming, I find it really important to work with principles. If anybody is nervous, if anybody feels a bit overwhelmed or unsure about what is expected of you, or if anyone here has not had great experiences in any similar settings, these are your principles. Number one, there are no rigid positions here, none. And when your body says, I need to move, we are going to honor that, not just today, but every week for the next 3 weeks. So we are going to break this thought in the body, which is, I'm uncomfortable, I can't move, I can't participate. No rigid positions. When you need to move, you move. We're giving the reins back to the body. So write that one down if it feels like a good one for you. Number two, our second principle, and this goes out to my perfectionists in the room. This is your permission to apply 50% less effort to everything that we do from now on. 50% less effort into everything, and just see what happens. So principle 1, no rigid positions, move when you need. Principle number 2, 50% less effort. So we're going to find our way down to the floor, the bed, the reclining position, whatever is your very heavy quotation, comfortable. And I'm going to ask you to find your way down there with this principle. So can you find your way down there with the thought of, how do I move down to a floor with 50% less effort than I might usually do it? How do I find my way to move that pillow under me when I need to? How do I find that permission in my body? How does my body want to be today? And let's just see if we can find a position for now and let it come to a stillness. Lovely. So breathing in your principle and breathing it out. And this is actually how we start to connect to our nervous system and how we stop it from going off into all the thoughts it might have and all the anxieties, by actually breathing in the principle. No rigid positions, no rigidity. You have permission. Or 50% less effort. Just no effort today. You don't need any effort today. Breathe it in, breathe it out, and just see what that does for you. I'm just keeping moving because I can't see my screen when I'm down there. So our first exercise is something you've probably done with me before if you have attended one of these webinars before. And it's called pandiculation. This is something which is so fantastic that I genuinely do this multiple times through the day. Pandiculation is the involuntary soft tissue stretch that is used by all mammals. It looks like an in-bed stretch. So you might find as you do this stretch that a yawn comes along with it. And if that yawn comes, embrace it and allow it to be there. Don't clamp down. Your breath is naturally going to start moving in and out of the body as you move your body in and out. So if you feel stuck in any moment, breathe out and the next breath will just come. So I'm just going to do a little bit of this physical pandiculation, and I'm going to talk about why this is so healthy and so important. All right. Allowing yourself that feeling of an in-bed stretch. Thinking about just allowing the body to move and stretch as your body wants to move today. And see if there's a side-to-side movement that wants to happen. We're not wrenching anything because we're not muscling anything. But just see, how does this pandiculation want to move today? And remember, you don't just have a top half of your body, a torso. You've got hips, you've got knees, you've got ankles, you've got feet. How might they want to pandiculate? And you know the edges of your body. So the reason this is a safer technique is because we are focusing on the soft tissue and we're allowing the body to lead. So there is nobody saying, reach up, you have to extend. Just allow that stretch. Staying away from any prescribed movement is also going to help us to lessen injury, and it's going to help us build this sense of impulse. So just think about that word, impulse, and breathe it in and breathe it out. This impulse, this stretch is an impulse. It's an impulse in the body to move those tissues, to breathe and to release and to connect to the nervous system. And that word, impulse, is what is lost in our bodies when we're chronically stressed and we're chronically in pain. So we're gonna keep connecting gently to this body impulse as we stretch and move gently, because yeah, that's the thing that can make it scary to sort of occupy our own bodies. And it can lead to fear of movement, which is really difficult as well. I encourage you to do this before you get up in the morning. I encourage you to do it before bed. I don't think I can sleep unless I pandiculate, but it will become a signifier of calm to your nervous system. Lovely. You can let that pandiculation just calm itself, and find a little bit of stillness if you want to. And just see, once you've found that stillness, what do you notice? What do you notice in your body today? It might be a sense of warmth. It might be, oh, I can feel my pulse now that I've stretched. You might be more aware of a sensation in the body, a pain or a discomfort. But just notice what it is. And if there's anything negative in there that, you know, like a pain, we're going to use that exhale. Keep connecting to that nervous system through the exhale. You can blow through your lips, or you can just simply exhale. And as you exhale, you're going to notice that next breath just come in. And as it does, just see, what do you notice in the body today? If you would like to, you can speak it out really gently in private to your own room, your own body, your own space, and just say, knees, my knees. Space, I've got more space. Whatever it is. Dare yourself, if that feels like a scary thing to do, just dare yourself to just release that out of the body. So we're going to do something like a body scan today. So landing on lots of different areas which are important for the breath. We are going to get into voice, but actually giving us a clearer picture of what we're working with is always the best place to start. So many of you may know this word, and remember your principle: move when you need to move when you need to move. Just keep breathing. Many of you may know this word, proprioception. Proprioception is the sense of where you are in space. And hypermobile people have an impaired sense of proprioception. So this might show up in your life as hitting your hip on the counter, hitting your shin all the time, missing door frames a lot. It will probably get worse when you're tired, when you're stressed, or if you're on your period. But proprioception is something which is a difficulty for us. So we struggle to know where we are in space. And this body scan, all of this work that we're doing, from the self-hug to the pandiculation and then into the work from here, is all a gentle connection to the nervous system. And what that does is it sharpens this connection. So by practicing it, as we will over our weeks, you will be able to notice the sensations in the body before they become worrying sensations. And you will be able to notice the signals of the nervous system before they start really coming up and getting overwhelming. And this scan uses some of Alexander technique, if anybody is curious. So again, find a blanket. We're going to be here for a little while. Move when you need to, but find a blanket, make yourself as comfy as possible. I've started getting cold now that I've connected to my nervous system, but that's good. It means something's working. And find your starting place. Just find a breath out to clear your mind. And perhaps a hand wants to be somewhere on the body. Your hand is going to lead it on the hip, down by your side, by the heart, on the belly. Allow your body to choose. The first thing we're going to do is notice your skull. And we're going to take an exhale. Focused on that skull, just seeing if anything could release a little bit more. Now, your skull weighs between 5 to 11 pounds, so think smaller end of a bowling ball or pretty big newborn for 11 pounds. That's a huge amount of weight on top of our spine. And now notice, just in your own body, how does my neck connect in to the spine? And see if just with a little movement, can you give yourself the sense of, oh yeah, there is really that weight. I'm going to come down and do this practically, see how that goes. So at the top of your neck spine, you have these very small vertebrae, and the top ones, which connect into the skull, their diameter is about 1.4 centimeters. So you've got this really weighty bowling ball, and then you've got this very delicate spine starting in the neck. So just with that idea of the heaviness of the skull and the lightness of those vertebrae, we're just going to allow with that exhale a really gentle movement if that feels good. Allowing your neck just to explore the sense of weight and release. Lovely. And as you exhale and release with this skull and neck connection in mind, can you think about releasing the face, the forehead, the scalp, the eyebrows, the tongue even? Just using that exhale to send the message of release to your neck and your skull, thinking about the weight that's been sitting on top of the body. Again, just connecting to that nervous system with the exhale. And this time, let that out breath go all the way to empty. Feel your body narrow. And the next breath just comes back in. Stay as you are. If you're looking at me moving, don't worry. It's just so that I can read. Now notice your shoulders at the bottom of your neck. And just notice that space in between. We've got our skull, the weight of it. We've got this neck spine. And now we've got shoulders at the bottom of the neck. And with your breath alone, can you sense the space in between? So the space in between your skull and your shoulders. Give yourself a little round of breath here. Just to find that sense of, oh yeah, where is that space between my shoulders? How do they meet the ground? And where is my skull? Now also holding up your head and stabilizing the neck and allowing for your speech is a lot of these strap muscles around this neck. So in between the skull and your shoulders. Some of them you can see when you turn your head. They're really quite big and meaty. But just becoming aware of the muscles around the side of the neck particularly. And we're going to explore this You can bring your fingers to it just gently if you want to give yourself that sense of proprioception. Where am I in space? And what we're going to do to open up this neck, now that we've released our head and our face, we're going to allow it to stretch from the inside. And we're going to do that with a yawn. If your body wants to be involved, that's great. Let it mirror the yawn. But the yawn stretches internally. So we're gently stretching those muscles from the inside. Take your time. And just see if you can find your way to a gentle yawn. Remember your principle. And if you are somebody who hyperextends in the jaw, take it really easy, please. Just exploring that yawn. And if you don't have a natural yawn there, that's absolutely fine. Same as the hug, your body doesn't really know. It still has a good effect. So what we're going to do is just think about that sense of a yawn. And it might give you this sense of space in the back of the throat. Ooh. And it might start to affect the breath and expand your torso. So if it does, just allow that to happen. Feel your body fill and then feel the yawn release. So not pushing it, just exploring the yawn to gently open those muscles. If you want to have that pandiculation movement with it, go for it. When you yawn, just as a reminder, you are sending those messages of rest and digest, of calm and safety. So it's really important that throughout all of this, we're staying connected to the breath. As we know, a lot of us can suspend the breath, or apnea. We'll just stop breathing without noticing it. So just give yourself that reminder. If that happens, it's absolutely okay. We're just going to breathe out and the next breath will arrive. So we're going to explore the sides of this neck, just using a little bit of physical touch. And I'm going to ask you to do one side at a time. So let your body decide which side to start with today. And we're just going to allow the fingers to explore this area. Releasing the muscles in this downward movement that can get really quite stuck. There's a lot of cartilage, a lot of fascia around here, a lot of ligaments and muscles. And as we know, those can get a little bit confused in our bodies. Give yourself a little sigh just to check that the breath is still there. Notice if you're tensing up the back of your neck or your shoulders, and if you are, just release that arm. Breathe out and notice. Is there a different sense from side to side? If I thought about a yawn, I feel like this is a little more open, the side that I've touched. Just see what it feels like to you. And when you have a sense of that side that you've touched, we're going to bring the other hand up just to even us out. So it's really crucial that the breath is a part of this exercise. We're really gently allowing those muscles just release just by working along the line of the muscle, really gently. If you have your eyes open, close your eyes, and I'm going to give you an image or a slightly interesting prompt. Imagine that your fingers have eyes on the ends of them, and they are your only eyes. And see if that changes the quality of touch with those neck muscles, with that skin. What do you notice when your eyesight is taken away? If your fingers were really seeing every detail, as though you could carve this neck out of clay for me afterwards. We're just going to get curious for about 10 seconds. About this neck. If your arm's tired, bring it down, that's okay. Last 5. And give yourself a little stretch, a little wiggle, whatever feels good and involves the breath. Oh. Make any notes that you would like to note down and take a sip of water. If you are comfortable staying as you are, feel free to stay there. We're going to be doing some more areas. Something that's interesting to note is that in scientific studies, when we're touching the body, especially around fascia, it makes no difference whether we touch it lightly with care and love or whether we really gouge and muscle our way into it. And I think that's quite an interesting thing. I love gouging a muscle. It feels great to me, but I think it feels great because it gives an almost equal sensation, whereas this is quite uncomfortable to touch softly. It's quite a different thing. So some of you may also be gougers and sort of hard massagers. Right. Finding your way back into a position. We're going to keep moving down the body, so keep getting yourself comfortable. Take a sip, take a move when you need. Get another blanket, another pillow. And I'm going to stay sitting up for this because I'm actually getting a bit shaky going up and down from the floor. If you can, be reclined so that your back is just released. If you would like to, you can have your feet flat on the floor, back down. That is called semi-supine. If you want to be in any other position that works for you, that is absolutely okay. We're going to focus quite briefly on the ribs today in our house tour. And that's because we're going to spend a lot more time with them. But ribs are a fascinating part of the body. And again, we're going to start with this gentle feedback. So see if you can start closing your eyes. You can open them whenever you want to, but just initially, see if it helps your body take the reins of this movement. If you close your eyes and just say, hey, hands, you lead. You lead where you want to be. And we're going to start with the collarbone. So this bony area from your shoulder to your neck. This is also where a lot of the neck muscles connect into. So tight here, tight in the throat. Let's give it warmth. And a little out breath, a little sigh. Just releasing around this area. Even yourself up on the other side. And once you've done left and right, we're going to just spend a minute with these knobbly bits. We're just going to come to the front of the rib cage. Notice if this brings up some strange sensations. This can be an area with a lot of tension. It's also an area that emotional tension is quite held in. This area is connected to anxiety a lot of the time in different sort of practices. So maybe today is just a day to hold it. And gently sigh, let the voice connect to it. If you are comfortable too, we're going to move down to the sternum. So it's sort of the place where if you were wearing a tie, that's where your sternum would be. And it's this bony sort of plate on the front. You might be able to feel lots, you might not be able to feel lots, and it really doesn't matter. We are exploring this chest. This is an area also which is very, very high in tissue and ligaments. So this is an area, a lot of you may have costochondritis, you may have ribs that slip out of place. Costochondritis is where you get real soreness, where the ribs connect into that cartilage, or where the cartilage connects into the sternum. So just warming this area, and see if you can close your eyes and just explore like we did before with the neck. Put those eyes on the ends of your fingers and just see if you can explore some of these ribs. You have 12 pairs of ribs, and the first 7 pairs fan sort of outwards from the sternum. So you might be able to feel these ribs. Use one arm to lessen the tension in your shoulder. And again, notice if it makes you feel weird, take it easy or stop for now. That's absolutely okay. Just keep your hand on the area. That physical feedback is really, really crucial and really important. But these first 7 pairs fan out this way. And then we're going to feel the point at which, just below that, your ribs start to fan out to the sides. They're no longer doing this, they start coming down. So just gently exploring those ribs. It's a little trickier if you've got breasts in the way as well, but don't worry if you can't feel all of them. We're just exploring what you've got going on in your rib cage. This is probably a good point to say, remember that 50% less effort. Really, really take it gently. This is all loving kindness for your body. Now this area that we're touching, we're going to take a breath out together and then let that next breath come in. So when you're ready, just let the breath come out. You might feel it activate, and then when you're empty, take a breath in. One more time, just letting the breath out of here and gently letting that air back in. This area, I would really love for you to just say hello to it throughout the week. Give it a little rub, give it a little warmth. Yeah, and genuinely say hello to it. Just acknowledge it, just that we're just getting to know it, because under here is actually where your diaphragm lives, and that's going to be really crucial. And we're going to talk a lot more about these ribs and this diaphragm next week. So just take a moment. Having warmed up this area and created this feedback, what you're doing is giving all these messages back up to the brain. It helps your brain to create a more detailed picture of what's going on in your body. And when we have that detailed picture, your brain is less likely to fill in the gaps and go, oh my gosh, it's danger. Everything is danger. Or maybe that's just my brain. The last part of this touch on the ribs that we're doing today is the intercostal muscle. So if you felt a rib somewhere, then I want you to find, and you might do better around your armpit, around the side, that's fine. Then we're going to find another rib either above it or below it. And what we're looking for is this in between. So if I've got 2 ribs, one here, and they're hard, in between there is a knitted muscle, and it connects these ribs. And that is your intercostal muscles. These are a bit of a, they can be a bit of a hotbed for getting a bit sore. So really gently, we're just literally saying hello today. So just find a little bit of that intercostal muscle and stroke it like you are removing dust from a very lovely, old, beautiful table. Just really gently. That's how gently we are making contact with the body. Any want to stop breathing? Just breathe out, and that next breath is going to be there for you. Lovely. If you have any note to make about this ribs, chest, intercostals, diaphragm area, make a note. Do. We are going to do one more thing and then we are taking a break. So if you can bring your hands down to relax just a little bit further down around the belly button. Notice the movement of your hand. And again, with this principle in mind, move when you need to and also take the effort out of it. We're not muscling anything. Just see with these curious hands, where is the movement in my body? Can I feel a movement in my belly? You might notice that as you exhale, your body narrows, the ribs narrow, all the organs narrow in towards the spine. And then as you inhale, there's a release. There's a release of the body. And you're going to feel this movement because of the position you're in. If you're on your back, you're really going to feel this movement at the front of the body. So what we're going to do just to make a gentle bit of contact with the belly is first of all acknowledge that this is not a neutral place and this is a different place for a lot of us. So we might have issues with urology, we might have issues with, you might have a tube. There are all kinds of things that go on, you know, a lot of gastro issues. So let's just take a sigh into this area, just a real gentle, connected, intimate bit of vibration. We're just sending it into the belly. Voiced or unvoiced is absolutely fine. Again, it's that connection to the nervous system. Lovely. If that feels okay to explore this belly area, I'm going to offer you just the next step to this sighing, releasing the belly. And that is, we're going to connect it to imagination. So again, it's that connection to impulse that we need to reconnect when we're in chronic pain. I'm going to give us the impulse and we are going to take it, breathe it, and sigh it out. And the impulse is going to be, I think I've used this before, but I genuinely think it's my favorite one. We're all going to Jamaica. Everything in your calendar has just been taken away. It won't be too hot. It won't be too humid. It's just going to be perfect. Let's go to Jamaica. Breathe that thought in. And just sigh it out all the way to empty this time. And let the next breath fill your hands nice and gently. Really lovely. So with the belly, we've given it a little bit of physical feedback, a little bit of warmth and an exhale, connecting to the nervous system. We've now connected it to imagination and impulse. And now, finally, in this position, we're just going to explore the back of the body. So one more sigh, or maybe a couple, but we're going to take a couple of rounds of breath and just notice, yes, when my back is against the ground, the front is doing the movement. However, now that I've tuned into my body, can I feel any movement in the back? So I'm going to ask you to think about, how do your shoulder blades, your spine, your back ribs, how are they meeting the floor as you take a sigh? Because not only are you expanding in your front, but you're also expanding in your sides and your back. So don't worry if you can't feel this, but we're just going to feel. See if you can take a sigh and notice, can I feel my back narrowing in towards that lower curve as I get towards empty? Just curious about it. No muscle. Give it a go. Can I feel my back, my shoulder blades? As I said, keep it really small. And if you are strained in your voice, keep it unvoiced, keep it really small. That's fine. Take a moment where you are, just to notice what have you found from being on the floor for a little while, about 35 minutes. What have you found? Is there any difference from how you felt when you arrived? It might be a coldness. I feel shaky. I feel physical sensations. I feel more aware of here, but it feels kind of sore because I've kind of opened it up a bit. I feel distracted. Whatever it is. And here are two options. Number one, I really recommend that you write it down. Our memories are not the best. So write down what you found or what you're curious about, especially if it's something that you don't feel that you really have during your day-to-day. AKA, oh, I feel like I can think in a slower way. Amy's just said, I feel like a cat. She does this naturally. Yes, 100%. Go look at cats, look at babies. They are the gurus of the voice world, if there is any guru. Completely. Yeah. I feel like a cat. I love that. That feels like a release and a softness in the body. They're very slinky cats. Yeah, if anyone else wants to share it in the chat, you're really welcome to. How do you feel now in your body? Number two, if you are feeling brave today, I really encourage you to just speak it out. And it doesn't have to be in English, it doesn't have to be in words. It could just be, whatever it is. But we're working on finding the inside, identifying it, connecting it, and then expressing it outwards. And that's bringing those two voices together, the anatomical. Yes, there's physical tension, but also there's an emotion that's there. We're gently going to move out of this position. Really, everybody take it slower than you think. We have been on the floor or reclined for a little while. So really be aware that the body is going to take a minute just to adjust back up. So I would highly recommend you go on your side or you find something that feels really good and supported. Make sure you're warm enough. What we don't want to do, or what we want to do, is keep as much as we found here up in sitting or standing. And if we rush it, as our brains like to do, we're just not going to get the benefit. So it might be that your body wants to have a little pandiculate or a little yawn. Whatever your body needs, you're going to take it really slowly. If anyone is a dizzier human, I am one of you, hello. You can think about coming onto your side and then using your arms to gently and very slowly bring you up. Take breaks as you go. But take it really easy. If you want to stay reclined for the rest of this, absolutely go for it. So I had a few more areas that I wanted to do, and I wanted to do just a little sounding of the body. So just as we're moving upwards, if anyone wants to, and we will get into this next week, but as always, I have put a little bit too much in. If anyone wants to, just gently tap your body or use your hands just to give yourself that real sense of embrace, really feel where your edges are. And you can do this with a so that your lips are closed, you're protecting that voice. Or you can do this with a or whatever sound you want. All we're doing is just releasing. I call it like a little Tarzan. We're just releasing this body. But it's much more like a hug and an embrace than it is a sort of hit. So just be aware of that. And if you are like, was it Ellie who had strained the voice? Yes, if you are like Ellie and you've strained your voice, then perhaps not for you, but you can still gentle hum. Keep the lips closed so that you're just protecting that throat a little bit more. Lovely. So the areas that we have to do, that we will do, will be our spine, a little exercise around the stomach, and humming around the pelvis. So actually, if everyone would like to, you are very welcome to talk in the chat and comment on anything that you've noticed, ask any questions that you have, anything that you've found. No rush. Oh, yeah, we've got some relaxed people, sleepy people for sure. Yeah, it brought up emotions for some people. I am so not surprised. And thank you for sharing thank you for sharing all of your voices. I really appreciate it a lot. I'm really glad actually that it gave you that emotional release because, as you said, it's there and you needed to feel it. Oh, we really live in such complex bodies. I'm glad that it has been relaxing for some people. I'm sure it was really challenging for other people. So somebody has said, I find it difficult to sigh. That makes sense. You are not the only one. And that's why we're gently working into it. So that can be for quite a few reasons. But usually there is tension around the ribs and the diaphragm. Now, between all of the symptoms that we have, it might be vomiting, it might be rib slipping, it might be diaphragm dysfunction, it might be reflux. There are so many reasons. It might be a pain in your hips that mean that your ribs just crunch down. There are so many reasons why your body can't get that expansion. So that makes sense to me. V, who was talking about sighing, we're going to work quite a lot on that. But we're almost doing it sort of underground. We're almost tricking the body into relaxing so that that sigh becomes more available. I know what you mean about that. It's like it doesn't have anywhere to go. So anyone else who was struggling with that sigh, I really encourage you, keep the hands moving around this body, like you're really giving a signal to it all the time. I've got you, I'm releasing you, I'm listening to you, we've got it. So one of the areas that we didn't get to do, I think would have been very helpful, and we will get there, is this gut area and sort of sounding the gut. And that I think is going to be very, very useful. I feel a bit dead. Oh, yeah, I couldn't really feel my ribs unless I kind of hurt them. That's really interesting. Yeah. So ribs, if we're not used to moving them, it's an area that feels really uncomfortable for people. It also makes people feel quite sick touching around that area. So don't worry, you are not alone. Um, yeah, we do struggle to feel the sensations of our body. However, we also have a heightened interoception, so it can be quite difficult to know what we're feeling. So, Amy, for you, before over the next week, if you can do a bath, I know not everyone can. I can't do a shower. So if you can do a bath, I think that would be a good thing if you're a bath person. Just spend a little moment physically looking and seeing, okay, what is happening with that rib if you can. Just so that you're literally getting to know where they are. And we're gonna do more of that, don't worry. Yeah, any other thoughts on anything? Ribs, intercostals? Okay, I did not sleep very well last night and woke up tense. Definitely tense now. Definitely less tense now, that's good. Yeah, a number of people didn't sleep well last night. Nikki and I were talking about that just as you were coming in. It's so difficult because when your body is physically tense and has areas of tension, it is not possible for our voice and our breath to be easy and easeful. And that's why this really, what I'm trying to offer is a practice. It's the foundational tools so that you can actually go away and really get to know your own body, your own breath. I think that's the most valuable thing I can do. Yeah, we got some sore necks in the space. Anyone else? Yeah, any other thoughts on sore necks? I know that for so many people, this area, this sort of cervical junction, seems to be a sort of a focal point for us. And did anyone notice, or does anyone notice that actually I think that my head sits on my neck a little bit unbalanced? My head tends to go to the right. I don't know about anyone else. Amelia, I'm sorry your neck is sore at the moment. I'm glad that it felt good to have a space to be still. And I thank you all for trusting me. I have no idea how still you were. I hope that you moved when you had the impulse to. But stillness is also a very threatening and difficult thing for our bodies. So it's a part of our practice is slowing down. I don't know if anyone else notices this, but my brain works quite quickly and I can't often slow down and get the thought. So I find that this is very useful for that. Yeah, head forward causes pain. Absolutely. So doing this practice, what we did at the beginning of the body scan, skull, releasing the face, finding that alignment, and making sure that you are set up so that you've got something like a block for your head or like a pillow if that's what you need that day. But yes, the person who was talking about C2 and the head position, definitely sigh gently, or blow through your lips if sighing feels quite difficult. Just blow through your lips and do that over the week, and we'll just see what we find. Yeah, Amelia, got somebody on team, head goes to the right. I'm also a chin forward person. I'm really glad. Yeah, Julia's just said that she's glad this is something she can attend. I completely agree. I'm so thrilled that you are all here. Oh, V, that's very kind. That's very kind. I've got lots of weird craniosacral pillows to try and stretch my neck out. Yeah, anything that works, man. Anything that works. So Alice has just said, I forget how lovely the relief is when I spend time to mindfully focus on my breathing and relaxation. Yeah. I'm going to put my hand up and say, that really resonates with me. I forget how nice the relief is because actually getting to the relief can be quite painful and quite hard, I find. I find for me, slowing down feels like torture quite a lot of the time. And I think it's because there's so many sensations in our bodies that slowing down to feel them more deeply feels really threatening. And it's why, yeah, I think it's why this works when someone else is helping you do it. As I've said, I try and be very honest about things. I teach this. I struggle to do it by myself sometimes because we all need help and we all need support. Lovely. So, since we've got a bit of time, I would love to just add in this exercise if we're all happy to do that. I'd love to add in this exercise around the belly, and this comes from a theatre practitioner called Grotowski who did some totally bonkers things. And just bringing our hands onto the belly, I just want to connect with this gut brain. We might have heard it called the gut brain. And what that refers to is that we have these millions and millions and millions of nerve endings here. And we know this from the English language because we say things like, I'm gutted, or we say things like, I've got butterflies in my stomach, or my stomach flipped, or it was gut-wrenchingly sad, or whatever. All of these feelings come from here. And so just bringing your hand onto your belly, we're just going to make a little mouth. And if a little motion feels good, that's great. And if it doesn't, that's absolutely okay. But with this thought of this gut brain, this enteric nervous system, you really do have this incredible amount of intelligence here. And when we've got issues that are causing it to suppress and causing it pain, we're not able to sort of connect to that impulse. But this really is the home of your impulse. So as just our last exercise, and then we'll keep chatting and doing questions, we're just going to find a little mouth. And the first thing I'm going to invite you to do, it can either be a sigh or blowing through your lips, so it's just less of that impact, as some of you are struggling with a sigh. You might feel just this little movement in the belly. And what we're going to do, we're simply going to play with this idea that this is your mouth. This doesn't exist anymore. We're just going to speak from here. And we're going to use the sound ma, ma. So it's not English. It is not singing. It is your mouth, gut brain language. So when you are ready, or maybe even surprise yourself before you're ready, ma, ma. And then if that feels good, go a little bit bigger, go a bit braver. If you're sore and you're feeling strained, go very small. Keep it at a hum. Ma. But just play around with this sense of freeing this gut brain for a moment. And I want to give you an image of, like, I think of it like a snow globe. I think of it like these golden flecks that once we start vibrating this belly, ma, ma. Just see what it feels like and see if you can imagine that your voice is really bringing these golden flecks like glitter, just sort of exploding inside your body. Slightly abstract image, but I like it. I'm going to be quiet just so that you can explore that for a minute. Exploring on a ma if you want to, or if you're sore, just ma, really small. We will do this again next week, so don't worry about getting it right or doing it fully or anything like that. Really nice. Just bringing a hand onto your heart, bringing a hand somewhere on the lower body, doesn't matter where. We're just going to take a breath out. Don't push it, just come to empty and take a breath in. And let that breath go really gently, no pushing. And just let your body take the next breath. One more time in your own time, out. Let your arms drop. And in. Notice now that we've used some more vibrations for that ma, for that sound, any sensations in the body. And make any notes that you want to. Lovely. Yeah, Amelia said just to know that you're not alone in what you're experiencing is lovely. I couldn't agree with you more. I feel so lucky. I'd never met anyone, apparently, never met anyone with EDS 5 years ago, and now it's like my whole life. So we are here. I've often said I don't like mindfulness because I spend most of the time trying to ignore the sensations. Oh, who was that? Jay, Juliet. Yes, I feel you. I feel you. But it's almost like the thing that you want the least is the thing that you need the most. And I'm saying it with my face scrunched up because I really understand in a very deep way how difficult it is for us to slow down. Do these sessions build on each other? Oh, that's an interesting point. Yeah, they do build on each other, but I think you'll be able to have watched this one before next week. They do build on each other, but there's nothing in any of them that should be damaging or beyond your like capability. The point of all of this is that we can adjust everything to be done. So even if you're having an absolute flare day, imagine it, just imagine it, and it will genuinely do something. That is why I think this is really quite accessible work. Um, I have a sleep disorder. I'll be asleep for some of them. You won't be the only one asleep. I've sent many people to sleep in my time. How long would the rest of them be? I thought it was an hour. So I think that the sessions are an hour and a half. It's an hour of practical work and then half an hour afterwards of questions. I think there was just a little miscommunication. And I think we probably used copy from the last session, which was an hour. So this is 90 minutes. I will be here for 90 minutes. There is an hour of practical work. And then my idea is that we will get together at the end and kind of get to talk about it. Um, Lovely. Any? Oh, actually, I had a question from the beginning. Oh, gosh. Yeah. So somebody asked at the start about dysphagia, which is issues swallowing. And they asked particularly about coughs and colds. Oh my gosh. The colds that have been going around this season are not very nice. So I think it's a really important question. Uh, when we cough, especially when we are hypermobile, we are more likely to pull something out of place. Most of us, or many of us, will have had an experience of that. So I've had whooping cough before, and I've like sort of I've really dislodged my tongue quite badly. And those things will happen. They wouldn't happen to somebody else, but because of our ligaments and because of the way that we are hyper flexible, we are more susceptible to that. I'm going to think about your question about dysphagia because it's really quite specific. You might have dysphagia already, or it might be that it's exacerbated by the coughing. Essentially, I would say use a cup of hot water and steam and see if you can just really gently breathe in. If it's making you cough more, let it go. But what I would try to do is when you are not having a coughing attack, work on things like tapping with your body, releasing around this area, because it's going to help with the swallowing mechanism. And the swallowing mechanism is going to help your vocal folds from getting really dried out. So it's all a bit of a cycle, like everything with EDS. There's no fix for it, but focus on the area around it. So releasing around here, releasing really gently, stroking. Remember, dust off a surface, nothing more than that. And when you are not in the middle of a coughing fit, I would try to just work on releasing that area around. You want to be able to swallow more than you want to be coughing. That is absolutely a true thing. Please send me a message or an email about that one as well, because it is very specific and there are other things we can do with dysphagia. We will talk more about swallowing and the throat as well. Da 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 da. Oh. I find that the breath comes from the front of my neck where I also hold tension. Yes. Anybody else find that actually belly breathing is it just seems to go away and you just need the reminder again and then it goes away and then we just need the reminder again. We're annoying in that way, but it's just how it is. Yeah. So the more that we can breathe lower in the body, the less pressure there is up here. That is a truth. However, most of us have issues with lower back, SIJs, things like that, sacroiliac joints. And so all of those are going to connect into the spine and make it quite difficult to breathe properly. Da, 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 da. The painful sneeze. Also, that's an interesting one. So that's something that you can email me about that one if you would like to, because everybody's sneeze is a little bit different. However, if you're a painful sneezer, all of these exercises are really good to do in practice. So I would pandiculate every day. I would just think about releasing those muscles around the face. I would work on the yawn with a gesture. Gesture's going to be really important so that we're mirroring what's happening inside on the outside. So any painful sneezes, this is for you. Put it into your routine, your toolkit. So wake up, pandiculate, think about releasing the throat, the face, and then think about gently just finding a yawn. Not a massive yawn, not wrenching anything. And if that's super painful, let me know. There might be something more mechanical that's physically stuck. But those would be the things I would say to start with. And actually, as we reduce tension and we open space, hopefully it will be less painful to sneeze. Julia says, I want to reduce the amount of times I randomly choke on saliva or a drink. Yes, yes. This is why I love being in these rooms. I feel very seen. You are not the only one. I imagine you will be snatching breath through your mouth. So we are going to do quite a lot of work, Julia, on breathing out and then breathing in. Soft inhale through the nose from here. So we will come to that in our future sessions. Any other spit chokers in the house? Yeah, we've got friends. Good. It's always nice to know. Dysphagia is throat clearing, making speaking and swallowing worse. So throat clearing can be difficult. We do produce more mucus as hypermobile people, which is difficult. But it might be that there are things like dietary things that might be able to help with that. There's also just seasonal things and having a cold that there's nothing you can do about it. So throat clearing, speaking and swallowing, that was from, I don't have your name, but iPhone. I would really recommend iPhone that you do a little routine before bed. So have a pandiculate, connect to the nervous system, have that gentle yawn, just wake those muscles gently. And maybe a little hum and a tap. Try that this week and see how you do. Again, we're not going for miracle cures. We're not going for anything like that, but we are looking at, okay, there's tension here. How do we reduce the tension? How do we say to your body before you go to bed? And bed is quite a difficult time for a lot of us. Right, I've got you. I'm releasing you. I'm listening to you. So I would try pandiculate, yawn, gentle touch on the neck if you want to, if it feels good. Yeah, maybe blow through the lips, or hum, but just keep it really, really nice and gentle. And let me know how that goes next week, iPhone, if that is your real name. I get a lot of tension near the base of my skull. Yes. So you do have the mastoid process here. We will talk about this, but you also have this atlanto-occipital ridge. And again, the reason that we started with the skull today is because this is a real prime suspect in a lot of our issues, I would say. So a lot of us are going to have issues around this area, and what you can do is just really gently, like you're just releasing a little bit of gristle, just stroking it, just stroking that nape of the neck, and you'll find there's a little ridge you can get your thumb and your finger into. Use your principle, 50% less effort. And actually, for everyone, maybe just like tattoo that on your forehead this week and just see what it does, because it's so hard for us to notice. oh, how do I wake up? How do I get out of bed? How do I go and make food? And I don't know about you, but my energy runs out. I mean, I ran out years ago. So, like, we're running on so many fumes that actually I start compensating and I almost sort of move in a forward tilt to things. Um, so just have a think about really just slowing it down. Not that you have to, but just notice the pace that you naturally have. Really enjoying the session. Oh, Amy, don't feel stupid when you choke on your spit. We are in good company. We are not alone anymore. Um, really enjoy. Okay, I have a problem with breath holding. Anybody else felt a little bit seen as when you're doing something else, the body just stops breathing? So I'm going to give you this phrase. If you are a stop breathing person, if you are somebody who has apnea, where the breath just, you forget to breathe, I want you to write this down. If in doubt, just breathe out. And you're going to put that somewhere. I've had people put it on their ceiling. I've had people put it on their computer screen. But we're just going to remind you this week, just breathe out. If in doubt, just breathe out. And what it's going to do, it resets that next breath. The Mark protocol. Right, my family has what we call the Mark protocol. We all have a tendency to choke. Yeah. Breathe through the nose. Yeah. I think your mum has it right. Again, so nice to know that we're in company. I might adopt that, call that the Mark protocol. Amelia also has pain at the base of the skull. We are so not alone. So, Amelia and anyone else who has this pain and tension here as well, just get my hair out the way. When you are thinking about that area, just to use the principle of what we did today, we have to go in a minute as well. Just use the principle of what we did today. It might feel tempting to focus and muscle in the area that hurts. I'm going to challenge you to do something different. I'm going to challenge you either to just bring the rest of the neck spine in with it. So it could be focusing on releasing these muscles, or if you have a massage gun or something at your disposal, or a nice person in your house who will give you a massage your hands or something. But we're going to start, instead of sort of inflicting more sensation into an area, we're going to start almost using like distraction techniques. So widely explore that area if it's really painful, Amelia, before bed. Also, put in a routine so that you're having a pandiculate, you're having a breathe, you're having a release. Because at some point in your day, it sounds like that's getting locked up and we're not finding time to unlock that room. Nicola dislocated her larynx several times. That's, that is, that is EDS, right? That's when I speak a lot and every time I sing, I get a mucus buildup. Really infuriating. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, it's so genuinely, I just love that we're not alone. Um, Hopefully all of these exercises will be good. And actually the mucus buildup, if anyone else deals with that, putting in a little voice routine, getting the voice and breath moving, getting the nervous system moving is absolutely going to affect the mucus produced. So these are all good for pretty much all issues. Yeah, Amy's a cat. Yeah, cat scratch, happy points. Yep. Stop breathing when I become aware of the breath. That is fascinating. Right, I can use breath as a focus for mindfulness as breath goes all over the place and I can't breathe, so I have to choose weight of body on floor. I like weight of body on floor. I think that when I'm upright, my brain is just it's too busy. Lovely. Beverly's got a good exercise for that. That's good. Yeah, we might have somebody else with a funky larynx. Q&A. Best bit, working out things we share. I agree. I agree. Well, we are almost out of time. Oh, we're actually out of time. So, can we just do as we did to begin with and take that self hug? And I really hope it doesn't sound trite because I genuinely mean it. I'm so thankful that you are here today. I am really so thankful that you're here and that we've started a process and that you've taken the time to be here. So please give yourself just a gentle little hug and breathe with it in and out. And give yourself a squeeze and feel your fingers squeeze and then release. Ah. And could you give yourself a little sigh of satisfaction? Because often we can't do things and we can't participate, but you have just done a thing. And I hope you are all proud of yourselves. I am proud of myself. So thank you so much. Julia, mucus and EDS. Yes, I will find that. So thank you so much. If you have any questions or any concerns through the week, my email is on my website, imogen@imogenroux.com. And I'm really looking forward to carrying on next week. Thank you so much. I wish you some lovely deep breaths and some just moments of feeling okay. That's what we're going for. Welcome back to session 2. I am Imogen, just to remind you. I'll be teaching voice and breath this morning, session 2 of 4. I wish I could see you, but I can only see your names. But I thought let's just start with hearing some of your voices in the chat. So, how are you feeling? Or has anyone had any kind of realizations, things that they've noticed around voice, breath, yawning, nervous system, any of the things that we've been discussing in our first session? No pressure, but how are you? Or something that you've been noticing or thinking about with your voice? I was just saying to Nikki, I wonder if we've got our Canadian participant this morning, because it must have been a good 6 a.m. Yeah, Nikki's been thinking about yawning. Me too. It is a good time of day for it. Okay. Nice to see
I
some
just,
familiar names from last time.
I'm just
Okay,
wondering,
so
sorry,
yes,
I'm just wondering. Oh, okay. Just checking that they can chat in there. That's fine.
I've just seen messages starting to come through. My wife gave me a funny look the other morning when I sleepily stretched and said, I need to pandiculate. Yes, yes, Julia, that is amazing. Yeah, with random garden clear up. Okay, well, I'm glad you're here, Amy, so you can take it a little bit easier at this point in the day. Yeah. Soon as you wrote yawning, I yawned. Fantastic. Anyone else got a yawn there? Actually, have you self-hugged today? Have you had that yawn? Or have you had a sigh? So, just those things that we touched on last week. So, write down that intrusive thought if that's a helpful thing for you today. Tell everyone to be a cat. Yes, I was thinking about that, Amy, just all the spots that you mentioned. Absolutely. All the sore spots are the cat scratch spots. Have been poorly. Oh, sorry to hear that. There's a lot of stuff going around. Yeah, I hope this will maybe not kickstart, but nudge start, like something very gentle, just to get you back into it. I know that, well, I was going to say this in a minute, but hey, I'll say it now. Yeah, one of the things that kept coming up in our session was sort of slowing down, and that is a really difficult thing for people. So, any thoughts on that? I'd love to hear how that's been filtering through you in your week. 50% less effort has really helped you. That's fantastic, Rosie. I'm really glad to hear it. I find it such a helpful principle for life because I sort of think about my busy state is that I'm headlong and I just go headlong into things. And actually, I end up smacking into the door or whatever I'm going to do, and then it slows me down. So 50% less effort. Nice. Not overdoing it. Really nice. Lovely. I'm glad to hear that that's just coming into your lives slowly. So let's have a little sigh and give ourselves permission for this hour and a half to slow down. So if you haven't given yourself a little hug, make sure you don't wrench your shoulder blades out, go too far, hyperextend, but just think about that sigh. And we're going to think about slowing down, giving yourself that permission. And as you breathe in, if you're hugging yourself, just feel how that embrace changes or how you feel the hug as you take that next breath in. One more sigh out together, thinking about slowing down, giving yourself permission to do that. Time is a really interesting part of being chronically ill. So I very much encourage you to, yeah, slow down and notice that you might feel like you're behind in a lot of things. I often feel that way. Jenna, I keep saying to myself, use 50% effort and it's actually made tasks more successful. Fantastic. That is what we are here for. We're here to make life easier, a little bit easier day to day. One of the other things that came through last week was just how nice it is not to be alone. So if that feeling sort of connects to you, that feeling of not being alone and not being weird in this room, we're all bendy and we've got issues with voice and breath, and that's okay. Let's just take a sigh for that sense of just putting down the mask, putting down the habitual muscles and the casual things. And just sighing it all the way out. If anybody has an intrusive thought this morning, I really encourage you to write that down. Again, it's another way of just letting yourself be present. Alice says, I have tried the steam trick for the dysphagia post cough, and that's definitely helped. That's great. Yes, steaming is a helpful one. Don't overdo it, but steaming is a helpful one. And even if you just have a cup of tea and you're breathing in that vapor nice and slow, I think that's a really lovely way of doing it. I'm going to talk about dysphagia, issue swallowing, post cough. I'm going to talk about that towards the end. But I have gone through your comments from last week. So, the plan for today is that we're going to go through these fundamentals and just revisit some of these places that we've been opening up. I gave you that image last time of the body as sort of a house. And when we have chronic pain and chronic illness, we can get quite estranged. We don't really know what's in the rooms of the house, the ribs, the pelvis, the spine, the chest, the throat. And so what we did last week was just starting to explore those rooms, walk into them, take a breath in them, and maybe put a little bit of sound into each of those places. So today we're going to keep doing that with the ribs, the pelvis, the spine, and the diaphragm. And we're going to move them gently, and then we're going to sound them. So really connecting the body to our breath and our voice. As we go, just remember your principle, your 50% less effort, or your permission to slow down, and whatever feels good to you this morning. And if that feels, and if it feels good, we're actually going to sigh it with a little bit of voice. So whatever your principle is, what was the one I gave you last time? 50% less effort. There was another one. Oh, I can't remember. That's okay. If you'd like to think about that principle, we're just going to take it into the breath. And this time we're going to add some voice. So we're going to sigh it out really gently. So if mine is less effort or permission or slow down or you've got it, whatever it is, just think about breathing it in and sighing it out with a gentle voice. So slow down. All the way to the end of the breath. Take the next breath in and slow down. Just slow down. Gentle voice, just speaking it to yourself. So if that one applies to you, as we go on, whenever you notice you've sped up or whenever you notice that you might have stopped breathing, as we said is a common thing, you're just going to breathe out. And that next breath cycle is just going to find you. So, oh, thanks, Nikki. The chat is now off. I might ask for it to come on just as we do certain bits, just for a bit of feedback. But generally, I just want you to experience it, experience the practical work today. I'm just going to add a practice text. So literally, it is a line of text that we are just going to use to practice speaking. So the practice text comes from Tennyson, who's a poet. It comes from a poem called The Princess, and it says, "I stretch my leaves to tremble a while in the sun." And I thought that was such a beautiful image that that's how I feel a lot of the time. Just stretching my leaves to tremble a while in the sun. So have a little chew of that phrase, just say it to yourself. And I'm going to ask you to just notice, how do you sound as you speak it out? So we're not going to judge it. Oh, I sound awful. But we're just going to go, how do I sound? I sound a bit tired. I sound a bit tight in the throat. I've got some dryness. Or I sound good, whatever it is. So notice, how does your voice sound to you? Close your eyes if you want to, if that helps you to notice more, to listen more. I stretch my leaves to tremble a while in the sun. And we will come back to that. So if you can find yourself in a sitting position to start with, that would be great. So you can be reclined if you need to be, or if you need to be on a bed with lots of pillows, that's absolutely okay. But if you can sit up so that you've got this base of your sit bones, your pelvis, your hips on the ground, that would be, or on a chair, that would be fantastic. And if you are in a wheelchair, you might, if you can, want to move just slightly forward in the chair, just so that you've got a little bit of motion side to side, because I might ask you to move your arms. Take your time getting into this position. Remember that principle. Because we're going to start with the ribs and we're going to have a gentle explore. So we're moving from this talking head, as our modern bodies can be, and connecting with the body. So whatever position you're in, notice how you meet your seat or your ground. It might be your back against pillows. It might be your sit bones against a chair surface or a floor or a cushion. It might be your feet on the floor below. But what we're going to do is use that exhale, again, connecting to the nervous system to ground the body. So find wherever makes that connection. I can feel my sit bones on the chair, so I'm just giving them a little movement, and I'm just going to sigh out that exhale, as though I'm plugging myself in to my chair. Give that a go. This is something that can be really helpful as you move positions, particularly if you have to work sitting. So just a little grounding. Sigh. Take your time, dare yourself. Remember, this is your voice. This is not English, and it is not for anyone else. Lovely. I'm going to move back a little bit because I'm going to just show you this area we started to talk about last time, but this is your rib cage. It is very badly named, and this is one of my big campaigns for justice. But the rib cage is terribly named. It's very, very elastic. So we had a bit of a feel around last week, and it's really important for breathing because of the way it attaches to your lungs, the ribs, but also because we tend to have a lot of issues in this area. So what we're going to do is warm up our hands nice and gently, and we're going to bring the hands onto the body, remembering that your rib cage starts all the way up here behind your collarbone, moving down along here. So these were the true ribs that we talked about. You've got these 7 ribs here, and then you've got 5 more. So you've got 12 pairs. So first of all, just give yourself the warmth of your hand on those bones. Make sure you're still breathing. That is our mission. Our main and sole mission, really, is to see, can I move my body and keep my breath free? So there is a lot of cartilage that attaches these first 7 ribs into the sternum, and that cartilage lives around this front portion. So really gently, and use one arm if you'd like to keep a shoulder nice and released. We're just going to feel around that front part of the ribs. Don't worry if you can feel a lot. Don't worry if you can't feel a lot. We are all different, but you have got ribs under there. The reason that this is so important, this area, is that the cartilage, which is all here, is very high in collagen. And since EDS is a mutation of the collagen, we're very susceptible to have issues in this area. So 2 of the common ones are costochondritis, so inflammation where the sternum meets the cartilage or the cartilage meets the rib, or we get ribs which slip. The bottom ribs tend to come out of place, or it actually feels like it gets caught on something. Not a nice feeling. So I know many of you might have some pain around this area, but we're really just giving it that gentle warmth. Come and explore underneath it. Your ribs go all the way under the armpit. That can be quite a good place to feel a bit more. Lovely. So this area can get really stuck. And what's a bit tricky about us is that we are at the same time hypermobile, so we're hyper flexible, and we also tend to get really quite stuck in the ribs. So it's really important that we take these exercises slowly so that we can notice, oh yeah, I'm yanking, I'm wrenching something, I've stopped breathing when I'm doing this, yeah? So thinking about it like a box, this is a little bit simplistic, but think about a 3D box. Your ribs move in kind of all of these ways. We need the top and the bottom to move, we need the sides to move, and we need the front and the back to move. So what I'd like to do is just give us a little warm up so that we can feel kind of 3D again. So, lost my place. Here we go. Okay. Beware if you have a head tilt or if you have any inner ear balance issues and things like that, take it really slowly. Think about breathing in through your nose, taking it nice and slow. Or if you do have serious issues with balance or you're having a real POTS day, maybe leave this one for when you're not having a real POTS day or a flare. This I like to call paintbrush fingers, and I'd like for you to watch me do it first. And notice if you want to do it immediately. So we're going to keep our alignment, keep our center. And if you've lost that, give yourself a sigh into your sit bones again. And what we're going to do is bring the arm up, but we're not hyperextending. If I'm doing that, my collarbone is all out of place. So I'm just going to keep nice and open in the low body. My arm comes up, and then I'm just going to bring my screen up so you can see. I'm going to paint as though I have paintbrushes on my fingers. I'm going to brush across as I'm breathing. And then gently, I'm going to pat, not hit. I am patting those side ribs. So there's a gentle movement in the neck, just allowing that stretch. And the breath is like a sigh. So keep watching me. I know it's boring, but just for a moment. Really importantly, when you come out of the stretch, you're going to come back to that first position and bring your arm down. We will do this on both sides. Let's start with that first side. Off you go. Finding your grounding, keeping that alignment in the body. So just thinking about the skull, we discovered last week how heavy it is, how much balance it needs. Bringing your arm up Paintbrush fingers brushing across, not hyperextending, not overextending the shoulder. And gently, we're just patting her, releasing vibrations. If you need to, have your fingers just gently tented, and you can keep your support on your other side and let go of the patting. I'd love for you to just do one side, and then I want you to notice, blow through your lips, or say your practice text. I stretch my leaves to tremble a while in the sun. Take a breath and just notice, can you feel any difference from one side that you have opened up those side ribs, gently stretched those intercostal muscles, and the side that you haven't? Make a note for yourself of anything that comes up or anything you want to mention afterwards when we are chatting. I'm going to come to my other side. So grounded hips in my seat or grounded feet on the ground. Arm comes up, not hyperextending, just allowing. Keep breathing. Fingers brush the sky, coming over gently, and like I'm just playing a drum really loosely. Really nice. Play around with the side ribs. See if you can reach gently towards the bottom side ribs. Lovely. And as you come back up, keeping that center, arm comes down. And any movement that you want to have, maybe it's a little pandiculation in sitting. That's the beauty of pandiculation. You really can do it wherever you want. Just have a little intuitive wiggle. Don't pull your shoulders out of your sockets or your ribs. You are all good as you are, just going 50%. Lovely. And now, if you have done both sides, just coming to notice, oh, can I feel any difference? Let's just take an exhale together. Coming to empty gently, and then feeling that next breath. Just arrive through the nose if you can. Can you feel any more availability or space in the ribs, in that area? So we're going to move just in between those ribs and talk about the intercostal muscles. And we touched lightly on these last time, but they are the muscles which really knit the ribs together. They're also responsible for the movement of the rib cage. So these little muscles that fit in between your ribs are responsible for all of this movement that our ribs can potentially do. So what we're going to do is I gave you the image last week of just wiping dust off a surface. That's how easily I want us to think about these intercostal muscles. And whatever position feels good to you, we're just going to explore them really gently. Close your eyes and notice if it helps you to focus, like listening, but with the fingers. Or seeing, but with the fingers. Can we put all of that attention into the end of your fingertips and gently, just gently touch the ribs? Can you keep breathing while you do this, or does it cause you to stop breathing to touch around this area? Keep going, gently just exploring the intercostal muscles. So think about a little comb and think about, again, don't worry if you can't feel them, just think about finding them. Just think about where they are. And if you can, just explore, what is this angle? Because they go from quite straight across to then having quite a curve of an angle. I'm just going to bring my screen down just to show you that angle of the ribs. They start to really curve as you come to the lower ribs. Take your time. Make sure you are still breathing. I'm just going to change what I'm wearing just so I can show you a few things using my ribs. And a few ways of opening up this whole area. So, yeah. Once you feel you've had a good warm of those intercostals and you've just had a feel of the front of them, we're just going to swipe along this collarbone, the clavicle. Blow through your lips. If you need to release your lower body, just remind yourself to breathe. So we've done the clavicle, just coming down to these true ribs, gently swiping, gently swiping. And if you want to go really slowly and that feels good to you, that's great. Just take it really slow. Make sure that you've had a little explore of just combing, those comb fingers, just combing the angle of the lower ribs. This is a place that can get quite stuck for many of us. And now we're going to do an exercise which is called Tarzan, or I call this Tarzan, but it's really gently. We're just releasing vibrations in the ribs, in the thorax, in the chest. So make sure that your hands are not gripped and tense because you're going to tense up your arm and all of your body. We want something like this. Yeah. And all you're going to do is just allow that sound more like a sigh. It's not English and it's not singing. We're just going to allow it. You can play with using your fingertips instead, or a real gentle sort of pause. And just give yourself a little Tarzan, so those gentle taps, and gently release that sigh, that easy sound. Lovely. Now, as I said, we are 3D beings, so don't forget you are 3D. If you can, and don't worry if you can't, you can imagine this, it's totally okay. We're also just going to really gently, really gently, see if you can just make a gentle contact with the back ribs. And if you are quite mobile and quite flexible and it feels good today, you can lean forward, release your head, release the weight of the skull. Just tapping those back ribs. So we've opened the back. And we've gently opened the side ribs, really gently. Again, if you have active costochondritis right now, or you've got ribs that are slipped or not feeling good, don't do this at the moment. This is for when you are not in that flare. If you are in that flare, I would recommend literally stroking the ribs, stroking along the direction of those intercostal muscles, sending that soothing message to the nervous system. If you haven't, let your sound build a little bit. Again, if it's a sore voice day for you, not today. But if it feels okay, let your lips close, let your teeth be parted inside your mouth. And you can start letting your face pandiculate really nice and gently with that sound. Let it build just for 20 seconds, seeing how much vibration in your body you can feel. And feel in a 3D way. Brilliant. It's really weird because I can't see or hear anyone. So I'm just sitting here imagining that you're all making these fantastic sounds. But I hope that you are having fun wherever you are Tarzaning, especially if you have roommates or people around you who don't do this kind of stuff. I think it's brilliant. And what we're going to do now, we're going to allow those vibrations to release. So really simply, we're going to Tarzan, we're going to have that mouth closed, lips closed, and then we're just going to allow the mouth to open. And this is called an intone. It is simply releasing vibration. So we hummed and we allowed the benefit of vibration inside the body to release. And now we're going to release that vibration outside. My ears have just gone a bit funny. There we go. Okay. When you're ready, find your grounding, take a breath out. Let that next breath arrive nice and soft and low in the body. And we're going to hum with your Tarzan, and then you're going to open your mouth and just really nice and gentle. It's not a massive sound, really gentle. Number one is just to do it. Allow, give yourself permission for that sound to release. Yeah, lovely. So I would love to show you this movement of the side ribs, and I'm going to show you on my body because it's just quite handy to see it on someone else's body. So I'm going to demonstrate this because it is a slightly tricky one for the hypermobile ribs, but it's very important. We need our ribs to move sideways. We need them to expand because your ribs, as I said, are what pulls your lungs outwards and to the side. We're also going to talk about your diaphragm, but your ribs are really important for this swinging open movement as you breathe in. So I'm going to show this to you first. Resist doing it just because the holding part is really important for us. This might not be accessible to you, this position. So it might be that you lie down and then use your arms across the body and see if that works better for you. Right, so your hands want to be firmly on your lower ribs. These are the ones that really, really move quite a lot. And what we want to do is use an F sound, so just like you're leaking, like a balloon. All we want to do is just notice as I come to empty, my ribs should narrow in towards the spine. And then as I breathe in, there is a release sideways into my hands. Now, when we put a little bit of pressure so that we've got guidelines for where our hands are, where we want this movement to happen, that can be a helpful thing. If we put too much pressure on the ribs, that is a very, very unhelpful thing. So err on the side of gentle, yeah? And then you can build up to this. But I'm just going to show you on myself, firm hands, not painful, not painful, just warm and showing me my edges. And I'm going to use an F sound coming to empty. And when I'm at empty, I'm just going to gently make an SH sound, getting the rest of the air out. I'm gonna ask you to trust yourself that you've still got air even when you feel you're empty. And that next breath is simply, you're gonna breathe it into your hands. So I'm gonna show you, have a look for this movement if you can see it. And bear in mind, I've trained as a singer my whole life, so don't expect your ribs to move a lot today. You might not feel them move at all, and that's fine. Okay. F, coming to empty, shushing out, shh, and breathing in when I need to. Shh. I'm going to do that again. Ribs narrowing. There's a need for air. Shushing out when I'm empty, gently. Shh, and there is a movement sideways, just in a gentle expansion of the ribs. I was exaggerating that so that you can see it on Zoom. It is really important that nobody passes out. Really, really important. So take it super easy, using that F, holding the ribs. When you come towards empty, you're just gonna gently shh, like you're telling a child who's trying to disturb you sleeping, shh. And then you'll feel that squeeze, the need for breath. Push your hands away, breathe into your hands, just as they are on those lower ribs. And remember that you don't need to over breathe in, because as soon as you have really emptied your lungs, that next breath is simply going to arrive. And what happens to a lot of people, especially who are hypermobile, especially who have chronic issues with the voice and breath, we start trying to overbreathe in. And it brings a lot of tension into the chest, into the abdominals, into the shoulders, into your neck, into your tongue. So we're focusing, breathing out, all the way to empty, nice and gentle. And focus that movement of the breath in, low in the body. One more round in your own time. But actually think about breathing out for 6 or 8 and only breathing in for 4. If you have a notebook on you or somewhere where you would like to write things down, I think this is a good time to write down that exercise. So you might want to practice this on the floor. You might want to practice this sitting. Take it really easy. Don't push your hands too much, but we're going to use an F sound, breathing out, shushing it empty. Next breath, gently push your hands away with the breath. Focusing on the rib movement, really nice, really gently. This is a really good one to do if you do have issues in the ribs, like costochondritis and rib slips. It will help you to build your intercostal muscles. And as I said last week, the amazing thing is how quickly your body responds to economy or efficiency. If you practice this every day, your ribs will be moving more in a week's time. I promise. So try to exhale for about 8 or longer if you can, and inhale for about 4. As I said, don't worry about over breathing. We want to really keep that neck soft and keep the shoulders soft. And having the exhale longer is what's going to stop you from getting too dizzy. So we're just going to take a minute to take a note. This has really flown by, but we are at about 35 past. So write down anything that you would like to. Take a little loo break if you'd like to. And Nikki, could you turn the chat on, please, just in case anyone's got thoughts on ribs or questions so far? Fabulous, thank you. I hope you're all doing okay and feeling a little freer in the body. I find the shushing is quite interesting, getting to empty. Some people love being empty. I'm one of them. Some people absolutely hate it. And if you hate it, it probably means that you might tend to breathe in and hold that breath. It's more of a comfortable place for you. So if you do find empty difficult, I'm going to challenge you. Do this every day, really gently. Think about the sigh. All the same principle. If in doubt, breathe out. Any thoughts on that? Everybody okay? Felt good? Okay. Felt good. I found I could only tap some ribs on one side. Yeah, that's absolutely fine. That's interesting. There's going to be a side that might be a little more stuck or a little more mobile than the other. That is what we are here to notice. Really, really nice, Beverly. Comfortably in the paintbrush fingers. Yeah. Makes sense. Take that really easy. Is it okay not to use hands due to shoulder pain? That's absolutely fine. There is another alternative for the rib holding. So as I said, you can just imagine it. That's fine. Give a little warmth and feedback and then take your hands away. You'll still feel the afterglow, the effect of that physical contact. And then you can also try, this may not be better because my wrists get quite sore, but you can try this instead. So bringing the backs of the hands and trying it that way. I know shoulders are difficult for a lot of people, so that's okay. No problem. I find it difficult, yeah, difficult to breathe out for longer than I breathe in. Any tips? Honestly, practice, practice, practice it. So think about maybe before you go to bed or when you wake up in the morning, think about sighing, breathing through, blowing through the lips, and then coming to empty. And then, okay, this is what I'm going to give you actually. Who said that? V. Okay, I want you to think about the breath in 4 sides, and that's going to slow you down the whole way through the cycle. So we think about breathing as breathe in, breathe out. It's not that. We're going to think about breathing from now on as breathe out. That's one side of the box. Empty. Breathe in, full. Breathe out, empty. Breathe in, full. So just think about that. Really hold it very gently in your mind, V, just over the next week. And what that might do is actually slow down the breath. Fine not using hands. Alternative people with large breasts. Yes, so that's with the rib holding. Absolutely fine. So what you can do is maybe try it lying and see if you can bring your hands, or you can try it sitting and bring your hands maybe to your low back so that your thumb can feel around these side ribs. Yeah? So try it. You can try it that way. You can try it that way. You can try it lying down, as I said, and see if that makes it better. But I do understand that actually, if you've got large breasts in the way, that might be a little bit tricky. If none of those work, who asked me about that? Nicola. If none of those work, Nicola, let me know. And next week, I will have had a think about alternative ways to get that feeling on your ribs. Alternative for Nicola. These are really great questions and thoughts. So I found I needed to put my hands in a different place to feel the rib movement because of scoliosis, moderate scoliosis. Absolutely fine. Yes, so we really are going to be all a little bit different. And that's right. If you have a scoliosis or you have pectus excavatum or any difference or change within that area, that is going to affect things. Yeah. Oh my gosh, now we got loads of comments. Okay. Um, right. I love you all, but now we're going to move on because otherwise I'm just going to sit and chat with you. But we will get there. We will get there. I promise. Julia just said, I don't like touching my ribs. You are not the only one. Okay. It is a weird, weird thing to do. But I'm glad that you keep showing up and just giving yourself that exposure therapy and keep thinking about breathing out or blowing through the lips. Totally fine if brain and mind are like, oh, I don't like this. But we're just going to let them keep releasing while we're doing it. So, yeah. Lovely. Okay, we are going to talk a little bit about the diaphragm now. Now, if you haven't done singing training or actor training, there's not a lot of reason to know much about your diaphragm, but your diaphragm is a dome-shaped muscle and it cuts the body in two. So above this diaphragm, and it lives here along the lower ribs. While I'm speaking, by the way, if you want to, you can see if you can find your lower ribs all the way around because we are, of course, three-dimensional. So starting at your front, see if you can feel there's an angle that they come down at. Again, don't gouge, don't hurt yourself. Coming around to that side bit, the waist area, just give yourself warmth. And again, if you are in Julia's camp and you really hate this, give yourself the idea of warmth. You can almost touch it, but sort of skim it. Just play with things, play with different ways of just giving feedback to this middle area. So your diaphragm cuts your thoracic cavity, your lungs and your ribs, from your abdominal cavity, which is lower. The reason it is so important for us is for a few reasons. Number one, your diaphragm is made of a lot of, you can probably guess, collagen. So unfortunately, we are susceptible to having injuries. Some of you may have had issues with the diaphragm before. You may even have things like a paradoxical movement. So that would be something which we would need to sort of really work with one-to-one. But some of you may not be particularly aware of where your diaphragm is, and that's because we don't have any feeling in it. We can feel where it is because it pushes on other things, but we can't really feel it. So it is a dome-shaped muscle, and it, as I said, cuts the body into, it's responsible for 70% or more of your breathing. And that's because when you breathe in, and you can look at my hands, it contracts, and it, because it's attached to your ribs and your ribs are attached to your lungs, it pulls your lungs and your ribs downwards and out. So when you breathe in, your diaphragm comes down. When you breathe out, it comes back into that dome shape. If you are like me and you have some very dyspraxic tendencies, I really encourage you, use this motion with your hand. Play with this gesture so that you know from now on, this is what is happening in my body. When I breathe in, it descends and it flattens and it pulls my lungs down. It pulls my ribs out. And when I release, when I exhale, it goes back to that original position in the rib cage. Some of you might get sore in this area sort of after work, or if you've had a day speaking. So if that is you, I really encourage you spend some time in this area, gently stretching, pandiculating, gentle comb fingers just around those lower ribs, the abdominals, the intercostals, excuse me, and then humming into that area. And that's how we're actually going to build strength. It's like any other muscle. We have to work it gently and specifically. So it is attached to your xiphisternal process, so the bottom part of your sternum, and it attaches to these ribs. Again, do not worry if you cannot feel them. We're going to imagine that we can. So if you can't feel them, just give yourself a little fluid motion across that area. And if you haven't, just play around with the spine at the back, giving it a little bit of warmth. And the reason for that is because your diaphragm attaches to your lumbar spine. So if anybody has issues in the lumbar spine, guess what is also going down with it? Your diaphragm, your breathing, therefore your ribs, your lungs are all going to be affected by that. So let's give it some lovely warmth. And I'm just going to tell you about this downward movement and why it's so important. I'm actually going to move to the side to show you. When your diaphragm descends, as I breathe in, it is crucial that my belly releases outwards. And that's because underneath this diaphragm are all of my organs. And if my body, I'm going to show you on my tummy, if my diaphragm is descending and I'm not releasing, can you see that movement? Release as the diaphragm comes down. Releasing the belly out to accommodate those organs. If that doesn't happen, you are just, if these are my organs, we're just slamming into them over and over again as we breathe. And we don't want to do that. So it's really important that as you breathe in, think about allowing your belly, think about Buddha, think about a toddler, think about just that real release in the abdominal muscles. And as you breathe out, ribs narrow, everything tightens, it comes back in as you come to empty. One more time, breathing in, feeling that diaphragm just with the map of your hands and releasing. Really nice. If you'd like to make any notes on your diaphragm or rubbing that area or anything that you wanted to about what we've been doing, make a note. Speaking of mobility, your diaphragm moves about 4 inches plus. So, or it can move about 4 inches. And with our diaphragms, they probably move even more given that we are hypermobile. So movement is incredibly important, and release around this area is such a fundamental thing for our bodies. If let's just feel the movement of it. So to test this movement, let's just think about an unfunny joke. I've just told you a joke and you're just going to be polite and go, ha, ha. Just one or two, ha. Put your hand on your diaphragm somewhere here, ha. And just notice, can you feel, ha. There's a movement that happens. And if that isn't working for you, think about blowing out candles. And we're going to do, so that was just a little bounce of the diaphragm, ha. And now we're going to do more of a press of the diaphragm. And this is what's happening when I'm actually speaking. So I'm going to show you, it's that difference between ha, bounce. I'm going to show you from the side. Ha, one, ha, two. And now we're going to do something that's more sustained. So we are going to think about blowing out birthday candles. I'm going to show you on my diaphragm again. Just feel it narrowing and coming in as I exhale, releasing, blowing out the candles. Body starts to narrow, releasing to that next breath. Nice and low and released in the body. Make sure you are accommodating all of your gorgeous organs. They need that movement. I hope that is making sense to everyone. Your diaphragm can't really be felt, so it is a really very odd part of the body to focus on, but it is so key to do. Okay. We are going to practice the same movement that we did with the ribs. And we're going to do that thinking about the movement of the diaphragm now. So the same shape that we did before. Sorry, I can't sit still today. My knees are not good. The same shape that we did before, I want us to map it with the hands. So we're going to start with that exhale. So starting with the diaphragm sort of here. We're going to use that F sound coming to empty. When you come to empty, gently shush out and breathing in. 3, 4, and releasing. Let's go for 6 seconds. Or an F. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Feel your body narrow. Feel the need for breath and release. Shoulders soft. Let the ribs swing. Diaphragm move. 4. And releasing on an F. 3, 4, 5, 6. Beautiful. How is it 11:54? Okay. Please write down that exercise if you would like to practice it. So using the hands, sorry, to map the movement. Diaphragm contracts down as we breathe in and releases up as we breathe out, allowing the movement for your lower belly, for your organs. Fantastic. And adding on to that, in your own time, you can send it some vibrations. So like we did earlier in the session, just send it that all the way to empty. You can even shush out at the end. Shh, and take that next breath in. Use a ma, M-A, or an R. Really good stuff. So, what I would love to do is just put together some of these areas we've been exploring last week and this week with a gorgeous bit of sound. And I'm going to guide you through that. So if you would like to be standing and you would like to move today, that's what I did before I got on this call, was just really kind of move and make noise. That can feel really good. If you are sitting or you are in a chair, that is absolutely fine. Get into your version of, again, heavy quotation marks, comfortable. Find your version of that today. Is it a floor day? Go for it. Do you want to pandiculate while you're doing this? Go for it. But like we did last week, we're going to release the voice in a way that's less prescribed than daily life or speech and language therapy or the exercises that perhaps we've been doing today. So if you are coming up to a new position for this exercise, remember, take it really slow. Breathe in through your nose. 50% less effort. Take it slow. Da-ba-da-ba. Okay. I'm going to call this exploring the rooms of your house. So we are free sounding the body and we are releasing the body. Your mission, and you can say this to yourself or hum it to yourself, but your mission today, I'm looking right down the camera, is to make sound and breathe. As long as you are doing those two things, oh my gosh, wild success, fantastic. This doesn't need to sound like anything. So say to yourself or intone for yourself or sigh it, make sound, breathe. That's your mission, should you choose to accept. So we're going to start at the feet. And if you want to, I'm sort of just pandiculating my feet. We're going to send vibration to the lowest part of the body. It might be a low sound, so But I want you to think about, can you allow your vibrations to reach the bones of the feet? And can you gently, lovingly let those tissues stretch? Feet and ankles, sending them sound. Give yourself a yawn if anything feels closed or stuck in the throat. Lovely. And moving up from the foot, making sure you've just given a little bit of vibration to the ankles, each leg. And now we're going to bring that sound to the calves and slowly up the legs. It might change your pitch, it might change a vowel, it might have you making broken sounds. So if this kind of sound, where there's some fry, that it is happening for you today, that's okay. As long as you're not pushing it, you won't be doing permanent damage. If you do have issues with your voice and you get very sore, keep it really gentle. I would suggest maybe humming. but dare yourself to be free and not impose the sound on your body. Let yourself find the sound in each part. So coming up to the knees. But I get really sore in my knees. Think about all the impact, all the gravity that they take, the pressure. And maybe there's a yawn into the knees to give them that sense of space. And again, if this movement is not accessible to you, that is no problem. I'm going to ask you to imagine it. And if you are imagining it, I want to give you this image of golden light. And if you are singing, that's fantastic. And if you are not, that's fantastic. There is no right way of doing this. But the fact that you're doing it is pretty right. So just giving some love to the knees, thinking about those muscles and cartilage all around the knees and above the knees. That's a place that gets sore for me as well. Thinking about the muscles moving into the upper leg, the thigh. And maybe if you want to, you can give them a little wiggle either on their own, or you can give them a Tarzan. I'm just going to show you. Really nice and gently, especially if your kneecaps are a bit funky as well. Just giving them a release. I like to think about with my upper legs, my thighs, I like to think about the meat, the flesh just falling off the bone. I find that quite a nice thought. And bringing your focus to the upper legs, coming into the hip sockets. And if you haven't played with pitch, which is really just going up and down in the voice, you can just gently allow a little bit of pitch in, and you can do that with the sense of a sigh, which might go from up to down. So, mm, mm, just playing with up and down in your pitch. And as we come to the pelvis, think about the genitals, perineum, buttocks. They are an area that hold a huge amount of tension just by our physiological design. So lots of yawns, if that feels good. See if you can yawn and release that sound from the pelvis, particularly thinking about releasing, yeah, between the legs, essentially. You may have heard this before, but your pelvis and your jaw are really intimately connected, and they are. So both through physiology, uh, and also things like the lining, the mucosal lining will be the same within the pelvis and within the mouth. So think about sending that sound to the pelvis. And if you are in a chair, you're less mobile and you'd like to, you can do something like thinking gently about just making circles really gently as you are still breathing. So I'm still on half a circle. I'm coming to the second half. And coming to forward. The most important thing is that you are breathing. And if you are not, just give yourself blow through your lips. Breathe out. Lovely. So sounded that lower body. Take a moment of stillness if you are moving, and take a moment of rest if you are sounding. And just having worked with this lower half of the body, I would just love to notice as we take a moment of stillness and silence, what do you notice? I often think of it like a rain stick. It's like I've shaken everything up, and then I just wait for all the beads to sort of settle. Take a breath out and in, really nice and low in the body, allowing those abdominals to soften, allowing those organs to Release outwards with the belly, allowing that diaphragm. Yeah, and now we're going to send some vibrations to those organs. So again, don't worry if you are tired. You can just imagine doing this. It's absolutely okay. You're just going to give your loving warmth to this area underneath the diaphragm. And if you want to and you can, you're going to give it some gentle sound. If you are feeling okay and you're enjoying it, let's start massaging those vibrations. Let's just start sort of sending those vibrations, sorry, to the lower body. Some people are, yeah, finding it difficult to send vibrations to the body parts. That makes sense. Remember, we talked last week about proprioception, where we are in space. That's something that's more difficult for you or an eye. Yeah. So this isn't going to be easy, but see if does it help you to make physical contact with the area. So for Julia, for your comment, if you're struggling with that, I'm going to say put your hands onto the lower body and just give it a go. Don't worry um, if you can't absolutely feel it. That is okay. Contact with the body, sending sound, keeping breathing, making sound, keeping breathing. That's the mission. Yeah. And now we're moving up to the belly, to the diaphragm, and we're going to just send, yeah, another intone into this area. So coming to empty in your own time. The next one is going to be this open golden burst. Still gentle, but coming to empty, taking the next breath and releasing that diaphragm area. Ah. If it feels good, put a little yawn in it. Oh, can help it feel more open, more generous, more easy. Fantastic. And we're just going to move that sound up to the ribs. So again, if you are tired and you are done, just hum. Just lay on your bed and hum. That's totally okay. If you are loving it, then bring your hands into play. Get that sense of movement and warmth around these ribs that we've been opening up. We've only got another sort of couple of minutes just on this. So just sending vibrations to the ribs, making sound and releasing, releasing the voice, releasing the body. Keep breathing, keep making sound. And don't worry about getting it right, anybody. There is absolutely no way of doing this right, which I hope is quite freeing. There's only your body. And just think about maybe rolling the shoulders really gently, 50% less effort. Oh. Lovely. Just coming up to that shoulder area. And if there's any movement that wants to happen, just allow it to happen as long as you are still breathing. As we move up to the shoulders and the face, if you can, I'm going to ask you to close your eyes. And if you want to, you can bring your hands over your eyes and your face. It might help you feel the movement, the vibration of the face and the mask. So coming up to the neck and the face, if you want to close your eyes or either, cover your face and see how many vibrations you can build. Remember your 3D, so see if there's just a sense of the back of the skull or the back of the neck. And when you are ready, we are going to move the hum into a sound. If you can't do that, don't worry. If you really can't do that, try and go for a V, like village. Just try and play with a V sound. And you might really feel your lower body, your diaphragm working and your ribs working as well. What we're going to do is go from that or into an R. So it's either going to be ba, really nice and easy all the way to the end of the breath, soft next breath in, or it's going to be va, all the way to the end of the breath, next breath comes in. Take it away. Give it a go. Once you've done that, we're going to do one more time and then we're just going to go into our text. So don't worry about the text. The worst thing we can do is start being human voice zombies because someone said, "Can you read this now?" Don't worry about it. If you say all the words wrong, I wouldn't care. You can just go blah, blah, blah. It genuinely doesn't matter. We are going to use gesture, so just expanding this voice, keeping the pressure off the throat with that bra or va. So whichever works for you. Think about reaching your corners really nice and easily, just sharing that space. You can give yourself a little Tarzan. When you are ready, don't overthink it. You're just going to say your text. So your text is this: I stretch my leaves to tremble a while in the sun. I stretch my leaves to tremble a while in the sun. All you're doing is just noticing, does my voice sound any different to before? Just speak it. Close your eyes. I'm going to put that back in the chat. Wonderful. Just see what you notice from speaking it out. Oh, Eva says less dry and less hoarse. Fantastic. Yeah, my voice feels deeper. I don't have to pause twice during the sentence, Lynn. That's fantastic. That's really wonderful. Brilliant. And any thoughts, anything that's coming up, please do put it in the chat. Anything you want to write down in your notebook, write it down. This is totally relevant for your weeks. Made me smile. Good. We all need a bit more of that. It felt more sing-song, theatrical voice. Fantastic. Yeah. So what we're using is kind of the principles of what performers use. There's only one body, there's only one way of using voice. It kind of all works the same. Get rid of the tension, slow down so you can notice. Oh, keep that throat nice and open. Julia, my throat sounds lighter. That's really wonderful. It can feel really efforted to speak a lot of the time. I've never enjoyed yawning so much. Fabulous. Eva, keep doing it. Wonderful. So that is the end of our practical work today. So as I said, make notes or ask questions or whatever it is that struck you during that. I'd love for you to notice what is the difference in that voice when I spoke that sentence an hour apart, but also what is the difference in how I feel. I'm 33 and it's taken me all of my life to notice that it's very difficult for me to notice how I feel. And this is a really important part of that practice. So I'm just curious, any difference in how you feel now, how you sense your body, how your mind feels? Or, as we were doing, how was that to just release the voice a little bit freely. I'm sure for some people it was quite scary. Body and voice were together. Amazing. I don't know about you, but often my body and voice are not even friends, it feels like. So that's brilliant. It feels free. Good. That's what we're looking for. I want these sessions to give you tools or principles so that you can really make them yours. Chest and lungs feel looser. Ah, very nice. Feeling warmer. Yeah. Good, good, good. So, the way that you can put this into your day to day, make sure that you wake up and pandiculate, wake up and yawn, wake up and sigh, yeah? So that you are you're bookending your day, going, hey, voice, I've got you. Hey, nervous system, I'm with you. Really lovely. Rita, oh, bless you. Laryngitis for 12 weeks. I'm not surprised. So, all of these exercises are really, really good vocal rehab for you, Rita. Think about humming. So, just real gentle humming. Eva, really struggle. So, Eva was saying struggles to know how to identify sensations. Yeah, that's a really difficult one for all of us, and it's quite challenging to sort of know that about yourself in a way. But I'm smiling for the first time all week. Excellent. I'm so glad. Brilliant. So, da 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 da. Jess is noticing that as we move from voice to breath, as we move the voice and breath to different parts in the body, and Jess decided to lie down, sounding was harder. Totally, totally makes sense. An internal yawn is okay, Lynn. That is okay. And Lynn, if you have TMJ issues, really gently, same principles, just giving warmth to the jaw, warmth to the jaw. No gouging, no muscling. Lovely. Interesting. Okay, actually, Nicola's just asked a question that sort of pertains to what I made some notes about this week because there were some comments. So, last week, I had a comment about dysphagia and having a cough and a cold. So, dysphagia is when you have issues with swallowing. Swallowing is really super complex as a mechanism. So, there's a reason that it's really difficult for us. It's also controlled by the nervous system. So, it's also controlled by the nervous system. So, swallowing when you have nervous system issues are going to be swallowing's going to be harder. Sorry, I just got distracted by the chat. I'm going to close it for myself and I'll come back. Okay. So, if you have issues swallowing and you have a cough and cold, here are my notes for you. Write these down. Number one, this is a very performer thing, but it does work. Hum instead of clearing your throat. Every time you clear your throat, you are smacking together your vocal folds. And when you do that, your body produces more mucus. So I want you to think about, hmm, hmm, I know it sounds a little bit weird, but A, very good for your voice. And B, it's actually going to protect your throat. So humming instead of throat clearing. Mm, mm, Use a little gesture if it helps. Give it a practice while we're together. I know what we're like. I've said that coughing creates more mucus, so the more that you can try and swallow, feel the muscles bunching up. Again, you can use the gesture and then release. Afterwards, think about the yawn as they release. So it can be a really nasty cycle with dysphagia. But I would like if you are someone who is affected by those things, I would really like you to think about those two things this week. So, hmm, hmm, humming instead of coughing, swallowing instead of coughing. Those would be my two. Play with those, and then we will catch up about this again next week. Okay, so we had a question about mucus last time. So mucus is very underreported in HEDS, but it's most known and recognized in classical and vascular EDS. So the reason that hypermobile people will probably have more mucus, or the regulation of mucus can have issues, is a little bit more complex. So there's four parts to this. God love us, there's no simple answers ever, is there? So, number one, because of the dysphagia or dysphagia, the issue swallowing, our saliva may not actually be clearing effectively. So, you have about 1 litre to 1.5 litres a day that should clear saliva in the throat. It may be that we don't have too much, it's that it's simply not clearing, so it feels like we have more. So, that is a thought I wanted to give you. Number two, when your voice is chronically sore, as a lot of us, as a lot of us do have chronic voice issues, so it might be asthma, COPD, bronchoectasis, all kinds of stuff. Your saliva glands are going to send more mucus to the area. So that's another one. We will often have chronic vocal issues, which mean that there is more of a buildup of mucus. That's two. Number three, no, that's four. Three, dysautonomia is nervous system dysfunction. And dysautonomia is pretty much a part of hypermobility. Now, your autonomic nervous system, which is what we've been dealing with and calming today, your autonomic nervous system is the one that produces the mucus. So if you, like me, and like probably most of us, have a funky nervous system that kind of goes gas and brakes, but it doesn't find a middle a lot of the time, your mucus production is also going to be dysregulated. So it's partly to do with dysautonomia. And number four, it's kind of EDS bingo, but mast cell. So mast cells, mast cell instability, mast cell activation syndrome, MCAS. This is a really common issue with EDS. And your mast cells release histamine and as inflammatory mediators when they sense an allergen around. And they do that in the form of mucus. So that might be when you have an allergic reaction to something, or you are intolerant to something in the environment, everything starts running because your histamine and your cytokines as well, I think, are released as mucus, as those inflammation mediators. So four reasons that we're going to have more mucus. Sorry, team. We had a few people saying they were choking on spit last time. What this implies to me is that you're breathing through your mouth. So this happens to me sometimes. I call this a snatch breath. And when I breathe in, can you actually see all the muscles in my neck start tensing when I do that? But it allows that spittle to hit the back of the throat, and my throat is going to start to react to that and start to choke on it. So if you are a spit choker, my lovely team, I'm going to encourage you to practice breathing out for 8 seconds on an F. It may be 4, it may be 6, you can build up, that's fine. And then we're going to shush out really nice and gently, shh, and then breathe in through that nose. Shh, or an F for 8 if you can. Nice and gentle, all the way to empty. Soft inhale through the nose. You're protecting the throat. Number one, you're also slowing down. So my spit chokers may also be my people who needed that 50% less effort principle. Okay, so that is choking on spit. The last one that I wanted to mention was the apnea, or stopping breathing suddenly. Focus similarly as the spit chokers, focus on support work. So building those muscles. Support work is basically breathing out exercises. So if you stop breathing randomly through the day, I would like you to put this in your toolkit. Practice either holding the ribs if you can, don't worry if you can't, just breathing out for 4, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, breathing in, 2, 3, 4. That's the shape of it. What I would like for you to do then, I would like for you to notice when you're doing that, is my throat closed? Is my throat closing? when I'm suspended at empty. So I want you to notice when you get to empty, is that vocal fold, is it coming and closing? Or could you breathe? So it might help you. Yeah, let's just focus on that. Sorry, I'm trying to do too much. Just think about breathing out for 8, trying to keep your throat open. And as you come to inhale through the nose, I want you to think about the sense of a yawn in the throat so that that throat is staying open. So, sorry, that was a little bit confusing. Apnea people who stop breathing, focus on breathing out. Breathe out for 6 or 8 if you can. Breathe in for 4. Breathe in through your nose. Think about a yawn so that you are giving yourself that sense of release in the throat. You are probably closing your throat throughout the day. If you want to, make notes throughout the day. Surprise yourself. If you live with someone, get them to say to you, "Is your throat closed?" Maybe not shout it at you, but just, "Is your throat closed?" And just see what you notice. You are probably closing the throat without noticing. But if you do this in the next couple of weeks, that really will stop happening. Your body loves to do things with economy and efficiency. Right, I think that was it. That was a bit of a mad dash. Any questions, thoughts, comments? Just going back on the chat. Julia, giving costochondritis. Yes, thanks. Da 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 da. Oh, Rosie's asked about acid reflux. It's so complicated. There's so many sphincters in the body that I can't give you a simple answer. But all of the things that we are doing in terms of gently soothing, gently humming, breathing out, these should be things that are good for acid reflux, which I'm sure all of us get at different points. We've only got a few minutes left, so if you could and you would you please give yourself a very lovely hug and make it last for 15, 20 seconds. Give yourself a little squeeze with your fingers. Feel that squeeze and the release. And maybe a little sigh just to make sure that you are breathing. Just think about from this body, what is it that you would like to bring into this afternoon, into tomorrow, into the office, whatever your life looks like. What is it? And notice if you want to bring 10 things, maybe start with 1. Feel free to put in the chat what is something that you're gonna keep with you this week. Oh, V, great questions. So feel free to put in the chat what is something that you're going to keep with you this week. Maybe the one simple thing I'm going to sigh when I sit in my work chair so that I get grounded first. I'm going to remember my ribs are flexible. Whatever it is. What was something that you learnt or something that you were reminded of? V, I'm just writing down your was it V? Yes, I'm just writing down your question. Yeah, so doing the exhale, holding ribs. Hell yeah. 50% less effort. Man, if that's everything that we do in 4 weeks, I am very happy with that. Genuinely. Yeah, how to deal with the fear of overusing the voice. Absolutely. Jess, I'm so glad that you're here because these are muscles that need using, they need working, but they need support as well. And it's so difficult for us to know. Humming to clear the throat. Really nice. Yeah, breathing into body parts with sounds. Fantastic. Okay, we've got loads of different things have come up from this. Yeah, so the stretches overhead with the ribs made a lot of difference, made a little Tarzan. Brilliant. Yes, I hope that you are Tarzaning through the weeks. Um, yeah, when I'm stressed or exhausted, my voice disappeared. Yeah, yeah. Let's find a bit of joy for the week. A little bit of Tarzan. I think it's just one of the best things to do. Moo. So I'm very happy to leave you with that to practice. Find something, invest in it, make a little note for the week. And I just wanted to say genuinely, thank you so much for being here. It's a lot of information, and I don't take that for granted, and I don't take your time for granted. I just wanted to say I had a comment last week about like, oh, you have so much energy. I just wanted to be very clear. I am very much like you. I don't. It comes out for these moments, but I will be very exhausted afterwards. So, I also struggle to manage my energy. And I understand because I live in a similar body that just doesn't always allow me to do it. So, rest assured, I will be resting for the rest of this week and tomorrow, and I'll be really excited to come back with some more for this week. And I'm so grateful for you all for showing up and doing this for yourselves. I think um, yeah, I just think it's a very brave and brilliant thing to do to just reconnect with your own voice. So breathe deep this week, breathe out when in doubt, take your time. And I will see you next Saturday. Thank you so much, everybody. And thank you, Nikki, as always, for hosting. I really appreciate all of you coming. When in doubt, breathe out, baby. That's right, Rosie. Well, welcome back to session three. I've been really looking forward to this all week and just thinking about some of the comments that you made and some of the things that have been coming up. But while we might be waiting for a few more people, why don't we just start by giving yourself that hug to start things off or having a little pandiculate? Don't worry, we will have a proper one. Give yourself a yawn. Or write down that thought, whatever it is that's bothering you. Just think about practicing not just voice and breath work, but actually about how we work as we go through these weeks. So feel free to just put your hand somewhere on your body just to make sure you're feeling connected. Feel more like a bear than a cat today. That's okay. As long as it's sort of animally, I think we can really work with that. Absolutely fine. So I'm just going to start and we're just going to get into the work today. And I'm going to ask for your thoughts in just a minute. So just 30 more seconds. Get your hair out your face, get your yoga mat down, get your blanket, whatever it is that you need. Just seen a question from Amy. So the swollen sternum, well, you can have costochondritis. Um, Let me write that down. Costochondritis. I'm sorry if I've spelt that slightly wrong. There may be a CH on chondritis, but you will find it when you Google it. Costochondritis is one of them. Okay. So going through the chat this week, a few things stood out to me, and there was one comment from Jess, and Jess said, how to deal with the fear of overusing and damaging the voice when it's dry and inflamed. And then how do you know when you're damaging it and overusing it versus when are you over protecting your voice? And Jess said that's something that Jess struggles with when they're flaring up. I am absolutely sure, Jess, you are not the only one dealing with that. But I know that for me, and I'm a professional voice person, every day I have to kind of re-look at, oh, where is my voice? Where is my body? Where are my ribs? How am I doing today? How much power have I got? And this experience, sorry, this course is really all based on simple exercises for that reason. So nothing that we do should be really muscling or pushing. So all of these voice exercises are supposed to be gentle, and I want to reassure you that you can put them into that therapeutic toolkit. And it's a restorative toolkit. That's what these exercises are kind of moving towards. Then, when you're not having a flare up or whatever's going on in the body, when you are feeling a bit more stable and your voice has more power, then we can work on an expansive toolkit, sort of adding something to it. So I hope that makes sense, that really all of these are for maintenance. They're things to put into your morning, your day to day. You're sitting on the bus, you're going home, you're trying to get to sleep. And really importantly, because I am giving you a lot of different information and exercises, if something doesn't work for you, throw it away. Take the permission to seriously throw it away. It might be that next week we do it again and it hits you then. But whatever's working for you now, this week, practice that. Okay? And if it isn't for you, throw it away. You do not need to understand all of them, and none of us are going to be, these exercises are not going to work for everybody. So, with that being said, this is the time, the hour, the moment to sort of just reclaim and reconnect to your voice and your body. And as we've talked about, we now know that we're actually not alone in doing that. So the things that came up, and remind yourself, just keep moving your hand around the body, making any gentle contact that you want. It might be squeeze and release, almost like you're mini hugging yourself. It might be, yeah, putting a hand on the belly just so you're reminding yourself if you do stop breathing. But a lot of things came up. Apnea, so stopping breathing, not noticing when you stop breathing. Issues with swallowing, choking on spit, issues with slowing down. And looking at the chat and the feedback people were giving, it seems like we are starting to be able to notice more of what's happening in the voice and the breath. And this is a real truth in the body. Physiologically, when you, I, anyone is tired or stressed, we're going to be able to feel less detail, less specificity. So, sorry, I just lost my place. And I'm feeling that today of, you know what, I'm tired, I can feel it in the body, I can feel there's dryness in the voice. So the best thing to do is take it as you are today. So use these gentler exercises and just take it really nice and slow. If you have been experimenting this week, and no panicky worries if you haven't been, but if you have been thinking about perhaps a principle, slowing down, or their diaphragm and going, actually, you know what, I don't know how my body's moving, feel free to pop it in the chat. Anything that you've been noticing, anything that you have been playing around with. It may even be a question I can write down for next time. Take your time, but anything that you've been working on or noticing, and Nikki can put the question in the chat as well. Just anything you've been noticing about your voice and your breath. Thanks, Nikki. And if you don't have a thought to add, maybe just think about opening up the body, thinking about those paintbrush fingers that we did last time, just gently, really gently opening up. While we may be waiting for a little bit of feedback, or we may not be, but really nice and gentle. All right, I've been practicing. Oh, lovely, they're coming through now. Rosie says, I've been practicing the F to a sh exhale. I found it helpful. I feel I have to push with my core to fully exhale. Aha, aha. Yes, Rosie, you do need to push with your core to fully exhale. So that is true. It is not wrong. When you are singing, for example, I'm just using singing because it's a more extreme example of what speaking is. Singers will be able to tell you, you really feel those core muscles moving. So part of that tension that you're feeling in the body, part of the pushing, might be that those muscles are not used to moving. So within a few weeks, hopefully, that may start to ease up. The other thing, Rosie, is that in terms of that lovely balance, when we feel that exhale, exhale, my abdominals are engaged, you can hear it, and the body's narrowing as we come to empty. Afterwards, do you feel that opposite feeling, which is that real relaxation? So when you have been tensing those abdominal muscles in for the exhale, can you also then feel that expansion of the inhale? When you're practicing, Rosie, keep your hand low on the belly just so that you're filling that space. Lovely. Thank you, Rosie. Humming instead of clearing after swallowing feels much less aggressive. That's fantastic. That's from Eva. Lovely. So Eva's been practicing humming instead of sort of aggressively clearing the throat, which, hey, we can all do. And you do get funny looks. That's true. But hey, own it. And for anyone who does enjoy singing as well, I know it can be tricky, but you can also you can have a look at some singing exercises, which also do a similar thing. So singing and humming is all fantastic because it starts to bring the mucus down and clear it out. La 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 la, lovely. More endometriosis pain. Ow. You've been telling everyone to be a cat, Amy. Fantastic. Oh, I'm sorry to hear about the endometriosis pain. That's yeah, that can certainly have an effect on the breath. Yeah, telling everyone to be a cat. With that in mind, I had a real good pandiculate this morning. Perhaps just think about, and again, if you do not have a lot of mobility or you do not have energy, that's fine. Let's just imagine that slinky spine of a cat and the fact they have that tail after them as well, just to bring that sense of fluidity into a body so that can get a bit rigid sometimes. I've been trying to notice my breathing more. I stop breathing so many times. You're not the only one. Also hold my breath a lot. Nice. Okay, working on loosening the diaphragm. Lovely. These are all really lovely thoughts. Thank you. Let's get into some practical work and I will go through those and see if there's anything else I can bring next week. So today I would like to revisit oh, Nikki, could you put the chat away for now for me, please? Oh, thank you so much. I've just seen your message. Okay, so today we're going to revisit the ribs and say hello. We are going to revisit the diaphragm and that movement, and we're going to keep building these exercises a little bit deeper each time. As I've said, the reason is so that it becomes your exercise and something that you can feel that you own and put into your own life. So I know swallowing, dysphagia, issues with the swallowing mechanism is a really big concern for a lot of people. And I just want to address why I'm working in the way I'm working. So instead of working on a sore muscle or a stuck muscle, what that's going to do is bring in more tension. And because all of us have different anatomy in terms of we've all got slightly different positions and slightly different tensions, slightly different pains, what works for one person isn't going to work for another person. So the best approach that we can take in line with your nervous system and physiology is to find space around the area, release the muscles which attach or are connected to that swallowing mechanism. And so by doing that, you will be able to notice what triggers the swallowing issue. When is it worse for me? Is it difficult conversations? Is it late at night? Is it before bed? Those are actually three of mine, probably. Late at night, before bed, difficult emotional conversations, and tiredness would be my four. So just start noticing, and this work is going to help you to keep noticing. When does this happen? So we're going to do exercises today which will be adding into this toolkit, and soothing the nervous system so that hopefully these muscles don't get as tight anymore. That's the goal. So without further ado, let's bring our principle into play. And I am also using this principle today because I'm feeling what you might call pretty rubbish. So if anyone else is here and feeling sweaty, cold, hot, like your brain's not plugged in, a bit shaky, you're so not alone. And let's just embrace that principle of, you know what, I'm not alone and I'm going to put in less effort than I need to. I'm just going to allow myself to do what I need to do. So with that in mind, 50% less effort. Just take a little breath with that. It might be a nice breath out and then letting that next breath just arrive. If you would like to bring that principle further to your nervous system, we are going to whisper it. So again, no pushing, no effort, just 50% less effort. Or slow down. You can translate it for yourself. Bring a little bit of contact to the body with the hands. Close your eyes if you can. And just sigh, whisper that principle like you're telling yourself inside. You're telling your nervous system, hey, we're going to try less today and it's going to be good. So we're going to move into a position for today, and we're going to start with the pandiculating, and we're going to start with the ribs. So if you can find a reclined position, fantastic. Take your time getting there. If you are sitting up in a chair, if you are backed by lots of pillows, it is all absolutely okay. And another reminder, if you don't have that mobility today, sit in your comfy chair or lie in the bed and put your covers over your head and just imagine that movement happening if you want to. So I'm going to bring myself down so that I can have a pandiculate. And I invite you to do very much the same thing. Taking your time, thinking about infusing your principle as you reach your position. So if you are sitting or elevated and doing this, don't forget, you can still move your fingers. You've got your wrists, you've got an armpit to open up. And remember that this is a soft tissue stretch. It is a natural mammal process and it involves the breath. So you might feel a yawn coming on. Notice the lower part of your body. And see if there's a filling, quite an urgent filling of air. Really good sign. It means you've connected to your nervous system, and let that go all the way out. You may also feel your limbs start to shake. You may see animals do that as they stretch too. Do not hyperextend your knees or point your feet too much if you are like me, and both of those things can get stuck. So again, fluid, luxurious movement. Don't forget, you've got a back. So if you are feeling mobile and you want to, this is a fantastic way to open up your ribs, your spine. And if you are lying with your back flat on the floor or on a mat or on a bed, notice the pelvis, the lower spine, just where it makes contact with the floor. And we're just going to take a sigh into that pelvis as we opened it up last time. All the way to the end of the breath. Let the next breath come in, and you're going to take a sigh, this time focusing on the skull. So we've got the bottom of the spine and we've got the top of the spine. Take your time. You can keep moving gently if you want to, just focusing that attention on your pelvis and your spine and having a little sigh. Any yawns that happen, make sure you're not stifling them. That style, but you're actually embracing them if you can. Stay in your position. Do not follow me up. I am just coming to see what my notes say. Whenever you find a natural moment of stillness or a pause in the movement, take it if you want to. This is not prescribed. Again, if you'd like to, try and close your eyes and just notice, can I feel that my body is leading this movement? Could I surprise myself with a movement? Nothing big, nothing crazy. Just maybe it's the little finger starts it. Or maybe we move the knees just slightly apart and see what that does. Can I let my body lead the movement, and am I breathing? Last 10 seconds with that pandiculation. This truly is waking up and enlivening all of your fascia, your soft tissue, and that is what gets a little bit messed up and confused when you have an issue with your collagen. So this is a fantastic one, especially when we can get very fearful of movement and we don't feel free in our bodies. This has been the most valuable one for me to feel like I can navigate my own body again. Let yourself gently come to stillness. If you can stay reclining and you'd like to, you can do that. We're going to gently open up our ribs, and I'm going to show you this just from sitting. You don't need to look at me, but I'm here just demonstrating if it helps you. If you don't need me, close your eyes once you've had the instructions and just take it into that sort of personal world. Again, we are letting the body lead. Modern life is all about the brain, and God love them, brains are a little bit overstimulated and can be a little bit hyper aware, and actually the body is what we want to balance out. So allow your hand, don't know which one, allow your hand to surprise you, and your hand is just going to start this gentle contact with the ribs. If this is straining your neck or your trap muscles, your shoulder, anything that feels bad, let it go. Remember your principle and imagine it. If it's feeling okay, close your eyes. And just for a minute, we're going to rediscover these ribs and the intercostals in between with those lovely, loving comb fingers. Remember, swiping dust, nothing more than that. So just gently make sure you're breathing. Just making a little bit of contact with those ribs. Reminding ourselves of where we are. Every time we do this, we are sending more information back up to the brain. It has more detail about where your body is, where your ribs are, where your breath is. I know some people can feel quite odd feeling the body. So if that is you, put a sigh into it would be my recommendation. 2 recommendations. If you have a sore voice, put a sigh into it, really nice and gentle. And just see if you can diffuse the discomfort of the brain by allowing your hand to do that, and your voice is just, you're just releasing that sense of discomfort. Don't worry if you can't feel lots, they are under there. Remember that imagination is such a key part of contacting our nervous system. Just 15 more seconds, gently feeling the ribs. And again, if you don't want to feel the ribs today and that feels sore, it makes you feel nauseous, maybe put a very gentle sway into the spine if you'd like to. You can try that when you're lying down as well. So just any intuitive movement that feels like it's just opening up those ribs. We're going to touch on the movement of the ribs again. I had quite a few emails from people. Don't worry about your ribs not moving. Please don't worry, because most of us have been doing something rather different than this all of our lives, right? So to change it in 1 week would be rather extraordinary. But we are just practicing it, deepening that sense of feeling. So if you'd like to, you can do this lying down. Remember, you've got some different options. You can have your wrists going backwards. Do not hyperextend, just allow them. Or you can have your hands, fingers to the front of the ribs, your thumbs behind. What's another one? Well, I've actually got a tie around my ribs today. And what you can do if you don't want to have your hands coming around the side, or for the larger breasted of us, you can put a tie around the waist or something slightly elastic, almost like if you had a sports bra or something and you were taking it, you were sort of in the middle of taking it off and it just sits there. And I know a lot of us have issues with waistbands, bra straps. I am absolutely including myself within that. Cannot stand them. But what we're looking for is, even just with this little tie, can I feel, if I don't want to use my hands, can I feel that tie? And then once I undo it even, can I still give myself the sense that there was something there? So that's just another option if you do not want to use your hands or your wrists and you cannot do that. So just think about, you can tie something gently around the ribs for that bit of resistance. I am going to go through the shape of this rib movement. So take your time. Remember, don't rush to do it, and notice if immediately you are ready to go. Because you could probably just exhale into that principle again this morning. So we're going to focus really today on getting to know the breath kind of personally. And we're going to do that by visiting it in its different states. So empty, full, filling up, emptying out. There are sort of 4 parts of the breath. And really we're focusing on just gently breathing out. Because when we do that, we're allowing that next breath to fill the ribs. There is no effort involved in it. So as I think it was Amy said, should it feel like an effort when I breathe out? Yes, because we're training it. And then it should feel like a release when we breathe in. So with that in mind, take it really gently. If you are somebody who has some more significant severe breathing issues, obviously take this very gently. But bring your hands, backs of your hands, whatever feels good, onto your ribs. And we're just Going to close the eyes so that we can feel that movement. Shh. Gently shushing out and breathing into your hands. Nice and gently. What you may notice is that your shoulders and your neck really want to drag that breath in. And that really is a very, very common habit. And we're going to talk about those habits in a minute. Keep going. We're just finding the shape of it. So don't be hard on yourself if you've only got a tiny bit of breath. It doesn't matter. Shh. Coming to empty. And feeling the ribs narrow, feeling the need for breath, and give into it. Release into your hands. And coming towards empty again. I'm using an F sound, just leaking. Towards empty, ribs are narrowing, need for breath, and give in. Releasing into those hands. I've just brought my hand down just to give my shoulders a little break. You can do the same. But notice, what do you feel? And is there any difference left and right? So we're going to do a few more rounds of this because it's the basis of everything really that we're doing today, sort of works on breathing out and that rib movement. So really nice and gentle, wherever you are in your breath cycle. Using that F, trusting yourself that even when you feel like you're empty, actually the little shh, it just proves, hey, you've still got air. Shh. No one passing out, but just a little bit. Shh. And breathing in, nice and gently. If your nose is blocked, don't worry, you can breathe through your mouth. If your throat feels dry, you can think about lowering your tongue just so that your tongue is keeping the mouth a bit more moist and warm. I'm going to stop talking for a short time, if I possibly can, just to give you time to go through that for yourself. So starting with breathing out, F, leaking out, just focusing on feeling the narrowing of the body, the narrowing of the ribs, the movement. A little shush when you get to empty, shh, and then you're just breathing into those ribs, allowing them to gently expand. Keep your neck free. Notice if it feels like your neck is getting tense. And if it does, give yourself a yawn and a little pandiculate and come back to it. Just the last 15 seconds with the rib movement, not forcing it, freeing it. Many of us are going to have spine issues, issues with the shoulder blades, things to do with the tongue even that are going to affect how much our ribs can move. We are curiously experimenting, not muscling. Fantastic. And let's just say something so that we've got our before phrase. And that is going to be, let's just say Humpty Dumpty sat on the wall, Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. Not performing, just listen to how you sound, make a note mentally or on your piece of paper about how do I sound now so that we can compare it after. How does it feel to speak today? Lovely. Now, I'm going to talk to you about the breath and how it can't really be removed from our emotional life, our history, our identity in the world. And any thoughts that you have, note them down. What I would love to encourage you to do is really nice and gently, if you'd like to, remember those nice loose paws. And we're just going to go to that Tarzan. Just allowing those ribs another gentle way of releasing. If you want to and it feels good, you can have a gentle hum. So it's not a hum, that's too much effort. It's more like an M. Hmm. When you're doing that, let that M go all the way towards empty so that we're practicing the shape of that breath. Yeah, the exhale is the force of it. The inhale is natural, reflexive. It happens. So gentle hum. Trust yourself. You've got feeling that expansion as you breathe in. So I want to think for a moment about emotion. And I find this to be quite a fascinating thing. If you think about laughing, laughing lives in the exhale. Your exhale physiologically promotes your parasympathetic. It stimulates your sense of rest and digest and safety and healing. It diffuses your vision. It allows you to be present. And it has huge effect on your vocal muscles. Laughing, let's just think about it, is out, 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 in, or more than three, but ha, 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 ha. So just gently try that. Don't smack your vocal folds together. Again, really nice and gently. It wasn't a very funny joke, somebody's told you. Ha, ha, ha. And then I'm going to ask you to bring your hand to the area around the diaphragm. And just see, can you feel, ha, ha, ha. There's a spasm, there's a bounce happening. Don't worry if you can't. So fake laughing, just a few times, ha, 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 ha. And the inhale to fill that back up. Make a note if you have any thoughts about that or any disagreements. Perhaps you are an inhale laugher. I don't know. Now, when we think about a very different emotion, let's think about crying. And that's going to be in, out. Only do this one time because I don't want to either over-oxygenate you or make you cry or make you anxious. But what we're asking here and what we're going to be looking at for the next little while is, where am I used to living in my breath? Where is a comfortable place for me? Where do I emotionally live in my breath? What is the corner of the house that I know? Is it full? Do I hate being empty? Does that feel scary? And that may be related to having something like asthma, where you've had experiences of not feeling like you can breathe. And so empty can feel very scary. So let's just try that in, out for the shape, the posture, the breath posture of crying. One more time. You don't have to do this if you don't want to, but if you are feeling okay, close your eyes and I want you to just notice, what does it feel like in your body when you take that breath in versus when you take that breath, the big dump out afterwards. So it's 1, 2, 3, in, out. Close your eyes, give it a go. All that is to demonstrate that emotions really live in the breath. And when we are not aware of that, we can get stuck in places. It also came up last time that we're trained, especially as women, we are, but I would say all people now are victim to a culture of needing to look smaller in a way. People don't breathe. I don't think we're encouraged to breathe and let our bellies release. So there are many things that have contributed to where we occupy in the inhale or in the exhale. Are we comfortable at empty? Are we comfortable at full? Let that go. We're going to do that through blowing through the lips. So if you need help doing that, you can bring your fingers gently either side of your lips and blow through them. Fantastic. So what we're going to do is keep focusing. We'll talk a little bit, but we're going to weave it into some exercises. So we're going to start with the sigh. And I would like for you to close your eyes if you want to, and I would like for you to think about what is something, because the sigh is based in the exhale, and it's another example of relief or pleasure, yeah? Much like that laughter. And if anyone has a dog, you may notice that they do this sort of circling round thing, and then they go as they lie down. So the breath follows the nervous system movement. Why was I saying that? Sorry, everybody. Sighing. Yes, think about something that would bring you relief or pleasure today. I'm going to think about being in a hammock because I just love hammocks. And I'm not having a very stable day in my body. So I'm just going to think about the hammock. Let it breathe in and out a few times, get it into my body, infuse it with my breath, and then we're going to let that exhale all the way to empty really happen. Try that out with your imaginative thought, your impulse, your inspiration. Try that out so that it can help you get into the exhale. It's almost like a roller coaster. If you've got another sigh in you and you're feeling okay, you can try thinking about getting as much of that inside out as possible with the next sigh. So number one, using the impulse and imagination. Number two, you can use the gesture if you want to, and think about perhaps the inside of the body. The breath is very warm and you're thinking about releasing it out in a nice cool wave. So taking a nice soft breath. And you can almost imagine that you're sort of frosting the room with it, cooling things down. If that appeals to you, give it a go, but we're just deepening that sigh. And you can expand into your inhale the more that you empty in your exhale. Really good stuff. Make any notes that you would like to as you're going through. I don't know about you, but my memory is like a sieve. So now we're coming to a really fantastic exercise for getting to know all of the parts of the breath. We talked briefly about box breathing. So the idea that your breath has, instead of in, out, we're going in, gently hold, out, gently empty. And so this exercise is building on that same theme. Principle one, these are the things to write down. Start or powered by the exhale. Yeah, so instead of breathing in and out, now from now on, team, we breathe out to breathe in. And part two of doing this exercise, what was part one? Breathing out. Part two is to trust yourself, okay? As I've said, if you are somebody who has asthma, COPD, paradoxical vocal fold movement, stridor, you stop breathing at different points, really, really take this gently. Perhaps learn about it today and then practice it in your own slow time. I do not want anyone causing their body any panic. You can think about it before you try it if you want to. The reason I'm saying that is just because we are going to not push the exhale, but we're just going to invite it. We're just going to hang out at empty. So this is called pause and poise. Pause and poise. Write that down if you want. Pause is the break at empty. Feel the ribs narrow, air's rushed out, there's a need for breath, and then the breath comes in, inhale, and then at full, we are poised at full. So we're not held and we're not stuck, but we're poised. We could speak, we could sing, we could scream, who knows? And then there's our exhale again. So find the gesture with me if that helps you, and think about starting with exhaling, coming to empty, hanging out, just paused at empty, not gripping, not stuck, and then inhale. And there's a moment of fullness before the exhale happens. And that is a really key thought in slowing down the breath. So wherever you are, let's blow through the lips. Give yourself any kind of wiggle, pandiculate movement that you would like. And I'm going to come down and do this on the floor. We are just going to practice this lovely movement. So, coming towards empty, using my F. You can have a little shush if you want to. Shh. And then thinking about breathing in. And there's just a moment of suspense before the exhale arrives. And we're going to allow that to be there. Like our Alexander technique, we're just allowing it to be there. And then the breath rushes out towards empty. Just as you get to empty, there's a moment of suspense between that emptiness and the next inhale. And we're just going to allow that to be there. Take your time. Do not get dizzy. Do not overbreathe. Do not overbreathe out. You need very little breath coming in to do this because we're not doing loads. So think about the F leaking out. Your mission, we're going to practice this just for a few minutes, is just to see how slow and easy can this feel and be. Coming to empty. Can you take a moment at empty without the throat closing? Feel the need for breath and release. Let the ribs expand. Air rushes in. And there's a moment where I'm suspended at full. Throat open. And moving towards empty. Ribs narrow, feel the need for breath. Take a moment in that empty place and release. Take a moment feeling the fullness and how oxygenated and delightful it is to have that breath in. And like a roller coaster starts to dip, 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 and rush down. Let the air rush out of you. All the way to empty. Really gentle. Ribs narrow, need for breath. Give in. Don't overbreathe. Let your shoulders and neck stay soft. Your throat, your tongue, your cheeks stay soft. Feeling yourself just filling with air, preferably around these ribs. Moment of fullness and let the body start to empty out. Find your place of pause. Pause at empty. And if you've got the shape of this and you are feeling okay, you're going to take an extra second at empty. If you are dizzy at all, or this is not the day for you, don't do it. This principle will be good in a week's time when your flare's over, okay? In your own time, can you specifically look for the 4 parts. So there is breathing out, pause at empty, breathing in, ribs expand, belly releases, poised at full. 4 parts of the breath. Close your eyes if it helps. And trust that you have that breath and you have that capacity. Little shush when you get there. Shh. And feeling the air. Just rush into exchange. Stay as you are. Don't worry if you see me moving. Some of you might feel a bit cold or shaky, which again is a great sign that your nervous system has gone, we have been contacted. Something's going on. That's a really good sign. It means that this is doing something. I just got like shaky and really cold. Last round of breath here. And if this is something that is feeling uncomfortable, it's not your habit, just think about, is this something I could apply into my life? Would I like to have this when I'm trying to get to sleep? Would I like to have this when I'm stressed and I'm having a bit of a POTS day? But how often are you taking that full exhale? I would say for many of us in this room, this exercise and finding the emptiness, finding the exhale is going to be a really key thing. Because once we flip that, and instead of breathe in, breathe out, it becomes breathe out, breathe in, so many other things hopefully will just soften. So these shoulders don't need to drag air in. When our ribs are stuck and our diaphragm's not moving, this takes on the work. You really might recognize that from your own body and your own life. It's super normal. This is just a much more efficient way. Breathe out. And then the next breath simply has to come in. Take your time, move gently to your side. If you are on your back, do not get yourself all dizzy on my account. And make any note that you would like to make. That exercise, I don't have a good time sleeping. And that exercise is one of my favorites for sleep. The other one is to use the same pattern. And if you can, just keep or it's the same exercise, the next level of it, make sure that exhale is always longer than that inhale. And that is going to keep you connected to your parasympathetic nervous system, to your rest and digest. Make any notes you would like to. I keep saying it because, God love us, we tend to forget. Have any little movement that you would like to if your body feels any bit of stuck or tense. And notice, did that tense you up anywhere else to be focused lower in the body? Did it make something funny happen to your jaw? Who knows? So really gently, just We're going to bring a little bit of attention to this area, as I said, just releasing around the swallowing mechanism. So remember your principle, go even slower, dare yourself, and find yourself in a position. You can do this lying down, you can do this sitting up. It's going to be kind of based around, yeah, face, collarbone. We're just coming up to our hour, but if I can do another 5 or so minutes, and then we will take a little break, if that's okay with everybody. Make a note. What do you feel? Is there a temperature change in the body? Did you start sweating? Did you start yawning uncontrollably? Who knows? Did it feel like it was the end of the world to go to empty? All of this stuff is gold dust information. It really, really is, as to, what do I do in my day-to-day that I'm not noticing? Okay. So nice and gently, taking your time. And if you're still coming up, don't worry, you're just going to pandiculate your face, right? You join us when you join us. This is not a keeping up situation. And by the way, a pandiculating your face is just letting your face move as your face wants to. First things first, this can be a little tricky for those of us with sore necks, sore shoulders, and if you have a thoracic outlet syndrome, this is quite a difficult one. But try it lying down if that's better for you. We're just going to pull the ears out. Your ears can take it, so don't worry about being too gentle with them. Your ears are also connected into your vagus nerve, your cranial nerves at the back of your neck. So releasing here releases all around this area. See if you can get a real good, like monkey ears going. And then we're going to take that all important sigh. Let yourself come to your exhale. Breathing in that next breath, nice, low and slow and deep. I want you to think about breathing in to here. This is the atlanto-occipital ridge. So you can bring your shoulders down if you want to and use a sort of 3/4 angle. So instead of having the arms up, you can have them sort of resting down. Somewhere around the mid-ear or the lower ear. Nice deep exhale all the way to empty. Soft shoulders, not breathing into the neck and the shoulders. And you're going to let your hands go and simply notice, what does it feel like now I've let the ears go? Can I still feel that sense of space? One more time, breathing out. Taking the next breath in, and we're going to sigh. Just releasing that back of that neck, back of the skull. Now, in the back of the throat rather, is made of these big tubular muscles. I think of them almost like tubey socks. And so if you can, remember you can imagine this. If you can, we're just going to cup. We're cupping that neck. Again, we're bringing proprioception. We are giving information to your nervous system. One more time, if you've got a little blowing through your lips left in you, what I want you to think about is, can I breathe in and keep all of this really nice and soft? Little squeeze and release. Lovely. We are now, are we? Let's see. Yeah, we're now going to just bring the hands to the face like we did with our comb fingers. And think about moving that fascia. Again, you've got lots of tissue in your face around these muscles. There's a lot of collagen. Think about just moving that fascia, although you've got mud on your face and you just need to streak it gently away. Notice, am I tensing up my neck when I do that? Have I forgotten to breathe? Or can I just gently wipe away on the face? Really nice and gentle. Don't gouge the jaw. Don't muscle anything. We're not there. Gentle movement of the face. And you can think about just releasing, allowing that release with the exhale. Edvard Munch, the Scream style. I see so many people trying to get into that jaw. It's just your jaw. I heard it said in some of my voice training, your jaw loves love and it loves attention. The more you give it, the more it's just going to want. But it doesn't like gouging and muscling in the same way. So think about loving your jaw and just see how that difference of input changes the quality of touch. Just loving my jaw. Super gentle. Just dusting, wiping dust away, no more than that. And gently, really gently, you're going to have two dust wiping fingers. Keep your alignment, so don't do this because it's going to crunch up the back of your neck and you can hear what happens to my voice when that happens. So we don't want that. We're just going to allow these fingers to come underneath the chin. Make sure you're still breathing. And gently, really gently, it's swiping just alongside the jaw bone there. This may be very sore for some people. Take it easy. Breathing out. You can go the other way if you want to. So starting from around where the ear is and just moving towards the chin. Make sure you're still breathing. Lovely. Let that go. So we have had a face pandiculate. We have given love to that whole area, move that fascia around. We've gently just brought some warmth in these fingers, bringing that proprioceptive information and feedback to the jaw bed underneath. Those are all things I would very much recommend you put in your toolkit. If you also, going back to that question of when you have a sore voice, how not to overtrain it, actually, these are really nice things to do. Pull the ears, because you're not using the voice, you're just allowing the muscles a little bit of relief. Okay, let's take just a break if anyone needs to pop to the loo or whatever. And we will resume in just a few minutes. It will be a quick break just because these sessions go really quick. If anybody has a question or a thought in the meantime, let's pop the chat. Hey, you read my mind. Yeah, chat's back on. So if you have a thought, a concern, challenge, that's welcome. Anything you need a reminder on or going, hey, Imogen, why did we just do that? This is the time. Monkey ears felt brilliant. Good. I love that one. It makes my head and my neck feel so much bigger. I feel like I'm a sort of 3D person. So exactly as Beverly's just said, that one works for me. Brilliant. I want you to do that every day. That's for your toolkit. But if, ribs isn't working for you, that's absolutely okay. It's not for you. Love the neck and face stuff. Nice. I know that jaws are really such a tender area. That can be a really tricky bit. But well done, everybody, just for loving your jaws gently. Aha, interesting. Lynn said box breathing, so the four sides of the breath, that felt good to slow down the breath. And then when you sat up, the belching started. I'm not surprised. So belching, all of your sphincters essentially are run through your nervous system as well. So when you have dysautonomia, when you have an issue like we do, it is going to cause more burping, belching, leaks in the sphincter, things not closing entirely. So that makes sense. Like I got cold and shaky, the belching may have meant that you have also contacted your nervous system. Many congratulations. Rosie's asked a really interesting and important question. So when Rosie exhales fully, when I exhale fully, I feel my structure, my core, my posture collapses. And so I tend to tense and guard as it feels dangerous. I mean, hallelujah. There's so many amazing pieces of information in there. The fact that you can recognize that is amazing. Oh, I'm guarding, I'm bracing myself. You won't be the only one. So Rosie has asked, is it a case of less effort all round to get to that emptiness with a soft approach? Yes. And that is going to be practicing bit by bit. So practicing breathing out for 5 seconds or 4 seconds. We're not in competition with anyone. Try it when you are going to bed, when you're relaxed. Try it when you're in the bath. Try it when you wake up. And just see, oh yeah, actually, what we're doing is this negotiation of all these different muscles. So you won't be the only one. If anyone exhaled completely fully, it is going to start to double you over. You are correct. So you may just be needing to put that principle back in. You know what? Less effort. So instead, just notice for my exhalers, if anyone's struggling with this, are you trying to push the breath out the whole time, or are you allowing it to escape? I want you to think about leaking instead of you're not a leaf blower. You are a balloon with a leak. If it feels good, Rosie, you can, and this goes for anyone else, you can also gently move, pandiculate, keep it moving. Keep it moving. Lovely. Great question, Rosie. Thank you. Amy says middle lower back stay as if you're wearing corset. Okay, so you're not feeling a lot of movement. That's okay. Keep touching them. Keep touching the ribs. Again, this is a habit that we will have had for many years, right? You will be able to find more movement. It may not be free and flexible because there may be other things in the body, and that's okay. So, Amy, I would really recommend gently, if you can, or if you live with somebody, can you just rub around the back ribs? Just nice and gently, just whenever you remember, rub around them. Fantastic. Uh, yes. So Rosie's also just said, I feel like I do the same thing when I breathe in. I think I'm overfilling. Yeah, there's something about overdoing it in EDS. So really, just remember that principle. Take that effort out. Unless you are going to tell me that you are playing Hamlet tonight on stage, there is no reason why you need to be breathing in that much, right? And that's what we're practicing, and that's what we're going to practice next week as well. How much inhale do I need, and how much exhale do I get from that? And if I exhale, yeah, can I just allow that breath in? Because a lot of us can start really pushing the breath when we don't need to. So any other people overdoing it, write that down for yourself. Notice that. Lovely. Okay. I want to do a couple more practical things. Yes, Nikki, if you could turn the chat off just for a minute, I want to do just a couple of practical things, and then we will finish with a chat. Thank you. Right, so this is a really important one, and I want to bring this week so that you have the next week to sort of practice it if you want to. This is really challenging for people. I'm not saying that to build it up as a scary thing. I know you can all do it. What we're going to do is stretch the tongue. And the reason that we're going to do that is because your tongue really connects in to many, many other places. And a lot of us can get stuck and tight with the tongue. Our tongues are so wildly different. I've been working with somebody from New Zealand recently, and the tongue is it's like a stone in the back of the throat. It's really, it's quite solid, it's quite backward. So we all have vastly different tongues depending on where we've come from, how we've grown up, our sense of self, our experiences. So it can be challenging because what I'm going to ask you to do is bring the tongue out of the mouth. I'm going to show you all of the steps first. I really encourage you, especially if something in you goes, oh, I don't like this. I really encourage you to do it. So, as always, we're going to start with this sense of gesture so that we're making sure we're marrying the body with what is happening in the voice, the throat, the breath. So I want us to think about waves building up. There's a fluidity, waves roll, they tumble. And we're going to start allowing that wave to start bringing the tongue out. And eventually the tongue, with an exhale and a sigh, is just going to and come out of the mouth and gently back in. Now, there's a few things. It is very, very tempting to do this. We're not looking for that. So try and keep your alignment. You can have a pillow behind your head. We're not looking for, ballet posture, but we're looking for free and easy. Think about that sense, a sense of a sigh, and just allowing the tongue to emerge. Is your belly released? Are you breathing out as you do this? Give it a go. I call this the wave tongue because I want you to think about a wave finally splatting onto the sand, total release. And then see if you can keep it out for a few seconds and gently glides back in to the mouth. Give it a go. For many of you, your tongue may only be emerging like that. And for many of you, your tongue may be shaking. Fantastic information if it is, because it means that your tongue could definitely find some more release. Don't overextend your tongue. I have also managed to pull my tongue out of place and strain it before from coughing. So going through it one more time, write this down for your week, the wave tongue. Think about the gesture, the rolling wave onto the shore, let it build. If it helps you, you can bring your lip or your teeth down. We're not going to bite the tongue, but just assisting. If I have my teeth on the tongue, it just helps it to keep the weight out of the mouth and gently back in. Lovely. Don't do it too many times. And if anything hurts, do it once and leave it. However, if it's a good stretch, go for it. Okay. wave tongue. Fantastic. Let's do one more little thing, just so that we can put our line of speech back in and just notice how we're feeling. Okay, here are your options. We are going for a hum or a brrr. Both fantastic. Humming, maybe a little bit easier. What we're doing when we do this is we're making sure we are putting the effort and the focus onto our exhale. Hmm. I'm going to give you free movement here. So we're going to do 2 minutes humming. Sounds like a lot. Don't worry. If you've got a sore voice, leave it. Imagine it. Just breathe. 2 minutes humming. I want you to focus on that. We're getting the air out nice and gently. If you've just discovered you are overdoing it in your inhale and your exhale, take it gently. See how gently you can hum. The reason that we are doing this is because even for a professionally trained actor, this is the thing I would recommend that they do if they woke up and had to be on stage in 2 minutes. That's what my one of my dear voice teachers told me, and it's true. If you ever need an emergency voice tip, gentle humming. You can go up and down in your pitch, just letting it happen. If you'd like to do this and have a pandiculation on the floor, go for it. If you'd like to do this and have stand and try that sort of Tarzan feeling, just letting the body be loose, go for it. But we're just going to hum. So 90 seconds. And if you haven't, just get into your mask, which is up here, and just give yourself a little 30 more seconds. So putting together that sense of really breathing out and releasing it, breathing and moving so that we don't get stuck. Lovely. Nice and gently let that come to stillness, and just bring a hand onto your body just for one round of breath out and in. And you're just going to notice, where is the movement in my body now? Lovely. Just noticing the movement. And now we are going to bring this sense of a yawn in. If you'd like to use a gesture and that feels good, you can. Just nice and expansive. Do not wrench anything out of place. We want to stay nice and connected. We're going to yawn, and we're going to yawn. Humpty Dumpty sat on the wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. If you can't yawn and that hurts, do not worry. Instead, you can just hum it out to the room. Hum. So yawning it. Humpty Dumpty sat on the wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. Or humming it. And then one more time, Tarzan. Humpty Dumpty sat on the wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. And now, in your own time, say your line, close your eyes, and notice, how does it feel to speak now? Humpty Dumpty, in your own time. Lovely. So that is the end of our practical work today, but we've just got just over 10 minutes to give any feedback or talk through a couple of things. So I'm just going to go back to your comments. If you would like to write down, how did you feel on your after? How does your voice sound today? What have you noticed this session? It is really very helpful, not just for you, but really helpful for me to see what's landing. Just looking through the messages. Yes, Beverly was able to reach the right ribs this time. That's fantastic. So your body's feeling more relaxed. Hey, we will take that. We really will. Oh, Rita's had laryngitis for a long time. Mouth breathing. Rita, thank you so much for bringing that up. That is going to be one of my things to come in and talk about next week. Okay? I want to make sure that we address that because it's an important one. If you are somebody, just something to think about this week, who is a mouth breather but does not have a congested nose, it's more like a habit. Really, I encourage you, focus, focus, focus on these exercises. So rib movement, breathing out gently, gently breathing in through the nose, small inhale, not over breathing. Okay, practice that this week because essentially it's all about input. Our human bodies are very complicated and very simple. We're very complicated physiologically, but really it's about what we do the most. So if you go through life not breathing, tensing, clenching your buttocks, sitting at a desk, breathing in pollution, stressed, I'm just thinking about modern life, and then we do an hour a week of this, it isn't going to make a difference. But if you wake up and do this, do it before bed, do it before you do the stressful thing, your body will start to adopt these techniques. So start working with breathing out, gently breathing in through the nose, practicing that exercise. You're actually proving to your body, Rita, that you can do it. Really nice. Do. Okay, I've just seen a comment from Jess about hernias and breathing. I'm also going to address that next week because it's just too complex. How often to do tongue stretch? Thank you, Lynn. That's a really fantastic question. I do it a few times through the day as a check-in. It keeps my throat feeling nice and open. However, if you're starting and it feels a little bit tender, I would do it once a day as you're doing your toolkit, right? Pandiculate, yawn, stretch, and then and just get that tongue out there. So don't overdo it because we can also pull that tongue. I feel more calm and ready in my mind and my body all over. I'm so glad to hear that. My voice didn't feel stuck in my throat like it did before, much more comfortable, brilliant. Again, if you're sitting there going, I feel dry, scratchy, and I think I've irritated something, that's okay. You haven't failed. You genuinely haven't failed. We are all different. Alice, is there a way to stretch the tongue without it making me want to be sick? No. So that, well, not no. That's a really interesting one. I would imagine that there is extra tension around this area. So next time we're actually going to focus on something that I think is going to help you. We didn't get time to do it today. So feeling sick. You won't be the only one, and it's a sort of similar feeling in a way of touching the ribs and stuff. There's something a bit visceral about a lot of these areas. Keep breathing out. That's what I do. If anyone else has actual issues with being sick, that's also the main thing that I do to help myself when I'm in a cyclical vomiting phase is really I cling to breathe out for 8, breathe in 4, pause at the empty, poise at full, slow down. I'd be curious to know if anyone here does have cyclical vomiting issues as well. Fantastic. I have a cold this week, but I feel more open. Brilliant. I was crusty this morning, a lot of coughing. Now I feel clearer. Yeah, brilliant. Brilliant, brilliant. Tongue stretch was fab. That's great. Yeah, Rosie says less work is not something that she naturally does. Hello, welcome to the club. So we're going to keep talking about the tongue next week, but essentially your tongue is like an iceberg. Your tongue, you don't really use that much of it or see that much of it. It's actually bigger inside, and it also attaches to different things. So the reason that we stretch the tongue is because the tongue is really involved with swallowing. You can't swallow without moving the tongue to the back to push that food or saliva or whatever it is down to the throat. So we stretch the tongue so that we're not so that we're releasing the muscles that help the swallow. Cat also does that, yeah. So that's another point for cats have it absolutely right. We've got another hernia. Okay, so we are going to talk about hernias and breathing next time. Thanks for the tips, everybody. Can you remind you what the mask thing meant? Was this here? Just sort of releasing around here. So these are you've got resonators. This is often referred to as your mask. And if you've done singing, you may know it as your mask. But essentially, you can start vibrating here more easily. And when we are stuck with fluid or tension or sleepiness or whatever, like an instrument, a piano that has a blanket over it, you're just not going to resonate as much. So think about, it's actually good for the Halloween season. Think about knee as a sound, knee, and just think about or e. It just starts to wake up the resonators around your nose, and it might help you be heard more easily. Another person finding box breathing difficult. You are so not alone. I love that we're all trying it though. Okay. So your intercostal muscles are working when you're breathing out, but we really want to focus on the abs in a way, or just the, yeah, just the narrowing of the body. So don't worry too much about, is it my intercostals? All I want you to think about is leaking out. And the more gentle it is here, the more natural it will hopefully be in your intercostals, in your ribs. But yes, your ribs are narrowing and your intercostal muscles have a lot to do with that. You've also got like 3 sets of abdominals that are also helping to do that. Jenna, think about doing this when you are walking, if you are mobile and doing that. Think about doing this if you like to have a bath, if you can do that. Think about doing this when you are in a collapse or in bed, just so that you're somewhere in a relaxed state doing it. And then, is the tongue stretch okay if I only open my mouth a little bit? Absolutely. Thank you for asking that. So anybody who has, yeah, a sore jaw, again, that's an area that it it will serve you all better to find things around the jaw bed and the tongue and the clavicle rather than like muscling the jaw, because actually we can just really irritate it. So yes, if you have a sore jaw, don't over open it. We're just going to use that exhale to just allow movement. And as I said, you can use the front teeth uh, just to gently assist with that movement. Because we struggle with proprioception, if I can give you a thought, all of you have a look in the mirror at your tongue. Most of us never look inside our mouths. Have a look and see, what does it do? Because your tongue makes all sorts of different shapes as well. So when you do this, we want it to be kind of flat and relaxed. And then you can also find a tenser tongue. So just play around with it. No prescribed movements. We're not working it out. I just want you to go, hang on, did I know my tongue does that? What if my tongue is actually pulled back most of the time? Can I find the easiest, flattest tongue I can? That is the question. So look at your tongue in a mirror. I have written that down. Right. Any last thoughts, feelings? We are going to, because we didn't get to talk about the diaphragm movement so much this week, but we're going to talk about that next week, and we're going to go through real toolkit of for speaking. So a toolkit for I've got to present at work this week. I'm finding I'm really stressed. And actually, I'm just going to put these things in. So we're just going to, yeah, next week we're going to do diaphragm movement and we're going to do tips, tricks, tools for getting your voice heard. So a little bit more speechy stuff and things. Lynn, exhale focus has made a big difference. Good. That is a fundamental one. And honestly, if I can give that to one person in this room, I'm happy with that. It will change your life because it is just totally turning on its head the way that we breathe. So just as we say goodbye, let's do it with a customary, fantastic and pleasurable exhale. We're going to give ourselves a hug. And I really want you to invest as much as you can in saying like thank you to yourself as well. It is so flipping hard to live with these conditions. It really is. And I so appreciate all of your curiosity and your emails during the week as well. And I appreciate you showing up. So really, please, please give yourself a hug and mean it. A little squeeze and a little breathe out. And you're going to say to yourself something, whether it's we're not alone or 50% less effort or just well done. Yeah? You're not alone. You've got permission to put less effort in and well done. Thank you so much, everybody. And thank you to Nikki, as always, because I genuinely couldn't do this. I couldn't do this without you. Keep breathing out, everybody, and I'll see you for the final one next week. Good morning and welcome to our final session, 4 out of 4. We've made it, and if you've made it to all 4, 3 of them, 2 of them, or even today is your first one, just give yourself a hug. We're just going to practice putting some of these tools to use. Morning, Beverly. And just give yourself a little squeeze as you're coming in. Just remind yourself that you've got elbows and edges. Thanks, Nikki. Nikki's just saying the chat is open. So, in our first 5 minutes, while we're just waiting for people to come in and we're getting settled, let's just take 2 minutes to get ourselves present. So, any of the tools that have been working for you out of the toolkit, then I suggest you take them out and give them a go now. So, whatever you feel you might need today, it might be some monkey ears, just pulling those ears out, but give yourself 2 minutes of just diving into your toolkit. Maybe it's sticking your tongue out. Lovely. Or maybe it's a pandiculation. Think about, is there somewhere in the body that just needs that sense of movement? Just 2 minutes, waking it up, waking up the body and the mind. Oh. Good stuff. And if you are giving yourself a hug, just remember you've got that squeeze and then you also have the feeling of release. And the pandiculation does the same thing. You've got the straighten and the shudder of those muscles and limbs. And then there's a release to it. And if you can't really feel your face, just give some love to your face. Gentle fingers, gentle around the jaw. Just bringing yourself some warmth. I don't know where you are. It may be warm, it may be cold, but just see if you can feed in some movement and feed in some of that awareness to the body. Right, just 30 more seconds. Just getting yourself ready to be present. Oh, and if you have an intrusive thought, i.e., oh, am I going to get hungry by the end of this, or did I need a wee, or whatever it is that's going on, write it down. Write it down for yourself. That's what I've been doing before we started, just getting all the stuff that flies around. Lovely. Just any last stretch that feels good to your body. That is what we are looking for. Just little moments of pleasure. Beverly says, I surreptitiously used the monkey ears and the mask and had a good breathe in a really stressful situation last night. That's amazing, Beverly. I'm really, really glad to hear that. Really glad. So that is the next step to this work. Number one is I practice these things. I'm just getting them into my body for when I'm alone. Step two, and we're all going to find that in our own way, is now when I am in that stressful situation, I'm still going to remember blowing through my lips, massaging my jaw really gently, having a sigh, pulling my ears, whatever works for you. So I'm really glad to hear that. Da da da. Amy has asked, is this why we toss and turn all over the place in our sleep, pandiculating like a cat? I reckon it's probably just that we are very uncomfortable people, and many of us will be real movers. I often wake up and feel like I've done a full day's work and a workout in my sleep. I'm sure I'm not the only one. So please, if there are any things that you've been noticing that you want to write in the chat, pop them in now. This is the time. It might be, as Beverly said, oh, I did this thing this week and I put it into my day, or whatever. It could be burning questions for after. It could be something that you're feeling confused about. But feel free just to add your thought to the chat. Danielle says she's in a flare. That is absolutely okay. So yes, we are going to do voice exercises. It's voice, breath, and body. What we're doing is just gently putting it together. So the focus today is going to be just revisiting the diaphragm movements and then working on a little bit of speech. So tips and tricks. If you, like Danielle, are having a day where you are just having a flare and you cannot get there, that is okay. Listen with your principal, 50% less effort. Give yourself permission to do that and just breathe it in. Just breathe in what you're hearing and think about like you're digesting it, you're eating the information, you're allowing it to just come into the body. And if anyone has a sore voice, particularly today, I was feeling a little bit sore this week. You can write down any of these exercises and then do them at a later date when you are not feeling so sore. Lovely. Alison says stroking the intercostal muscles, nice, has woken them up. And it's actually helping me to sit up. Lovely. Just inspired by Alison. Can we just find those really soft fingers? Remember, dust off a ledge, no more than that. I was actually listening to a neuroscientist talking about how stroking, this really gentle touch, it activates chemicals in the body that any other kind of massaging or muscling just cannot do. So really dare yourself just to go really softly around those intercostals. Write your other thoughts in the chat if you want to, and if not, just keep touching those ribs, giving them a bit of gentle warmth. Rosie has actively been working on trying to relax and stretch the tongue this week. And yes, you do have to remember to cover your mouth in public. Well, I don't know, maybe we're just normalizing it, but that's really brilliant. I also mentioned at the end of last session, have a look at your tongue in the mirror. I don't know if any of you did, but it's just a fascinating, the way that it moves is just so fascinating. You can have quite a thin tongue, pointed, you can have it be quite sort of fat and relaxed. But we often don't think about our tongue. So gently, if you can, again, don't wrench your shoulders, but if you can, just bringing your hands to the back ribs, giving them a little warmth, remembering that your diaphragm connects all the way around, cutting you in half. So just gently giving warmth. Okay. Intercostal contact is helping me relax before sleep. That is really brilliant. Good. Okay. So I will get to some of your questions and thoughts at the end, but as always, we've got a fair amount to do. So just a few minutes left on the chat if anyone's just kind of working out their thought, and then Nikki, I will ask you to turn it off. I had a comment from last week, and do keep just gently allowing your hand to just create that physical feedback in the body. Remember, every time we do this, we are improving that sense of proprioception. You are sending messages up from the body to the brain, and your brain is mapping out what is happening more clearly. So this is a wonderful thing to do. Keep it gentle, number one, and keep breathing. Number two. Number three, just remember your principle. So last week, Rosie wrote in the chat, when I exhale fully, as we were working on that sense of exhale, I feel my whole structure collapses, my core, my posture, etc. And so I tend to tense and guard against it, and as it feels dangerous for my body. That is something which is happening. Your body is finding a kind of collapse. There's an inward movement. And when we get really towards the end of the breath, it's going to feel like really emptying out. So it's a really important observation. And I know that Rosie is not the only one who feels that sense. Really briefly last time, I mentioned how different emotions live in parts of the breath, and we will have habits that relate to one or the other. So let's just bring our hand somewhere on the body, close your eyes, and we're going to take a nice exhale and just breathe in. And I want you to notice with your hands, with this warmth on your body, or actually your hands might be a bit cold, but just notice, where is my breath moving? If you need to just activate it, give yourself another sigh. Feel the body narrow, empty out, and expand as you breathe in. So we talked briefly about how crying might be more of an inhale and laughing might be more of an exhale. Just as thoughts of sort of where we live in the breath. So habit is where you are more comfortable. And I'm going to put heavy quotation marks on that because I don't think we are comfortable people by nature. But our habit can feel comfortable even though it can be really, really ineffective for us. So the really important thing before we move into our physical work is actually going to be that we have to trust ourselves today. There's kind of no other way. So I'm going to prove this to you by telling you that when you feel empty, you have more air inside. And you can move your hands to just warm your neck. Remember that gentleness of touch, and check yourself if you are, the habit is to start increasing the pressure. Just blow through your lips and take it back gently to the neck. I'm just going to talk about emptiness for a minute. So, as I said, when you feel empty, you have more air. This is true because if you didn't have more air, you would look like a crushed plastic bottle that's been on an aeroplane and been subjected to that pressure. You would collapse. So some of us have also had significant issues. We might have things like asthma or hernia, sliding or hiatal hernia. And that might have caused us to, some of these issues might have caused distress in the breath, and it also might have caused us to stop breathing or feeling like we can take another breath. So if that is you, bring a hand on your body. And really gently, we're just going to let a little sigh out, just acknowledging that that experience is there. There is a muscular memory within the intercostal muscles, the ribs, the abdominals, the diaphragm. And dare yourself just to give it a sigh. So really quite consciously allowing the little vibration through the body just to soothe the nervous system and allowing the breath out so that that experience that was inside is now outside. So as these experiences can happen in the body, they can make being empty a scary thing. So if you are somebody who has a hernia in this area, I know there are some of us in the room, bring your hand really gently, keep on to that principle. And we're just going to warm around it. We're going to warm around it. Relaxing around the area if you have a hernia is going to be really key for that. So before you get to the breathing bit or the stretching bit or the yawning bit or sticking out your tongue, before you get to breathing, just work on the ears, the tongue, just gently, gently touching the collarbone. Hum, just anything that we've been doing, pandiculate, that doesn't directly focus or work on that hernia. And we're going to start to release the whole area. So first we have to connect to that vagus nerve. We have to connect to our cranial nerves, which control the nervous system. So your principle has to lead. 50% less effort. So as we did last time, 3 sighs. Keep your mouth closed if your throat is dry, and try and breathe through your nose so you're protecting your throat. And we're just going to do 3 sighs in your own time. And the first one is just a sigh out, gently contacting that emptier place and then breathing in. And the second one is going to be a little bit of a bigger sound. So just allowing that principle out with the sound. Ah. So I'm thinking 50% less effort. I'm just making sound. That's number 2. Number 3, gently, you're going to say your principle out loud. So 1, 2, allowing yourself to find that empty a bit more. Number 3, sigh out. You're going to say your principle today. Is it permission to slow down? Is it take an extra 5 seconds? Is it 50% less effort? But see if you can infuse not just the out breath, but also that in breath with that principle. And everything else for this moment, face, neck, tongue, spine, feet, knees, buttocks, pelvis, everything can just release. One last little sigh, just to check if there's anything else, like you're blowing dust out of the body. Anything else that could just release. Now I'm going to give you an image or a prompt. And this prompt is designed to help us just slow the breath down. That's a really fantastic way to get into the exhale. So this prompt is as follows. We're going to breathe out, and then I want you to breathe in from the edge of the universe. Close your eyes. Release your face, tongue, neck, jaw, ribs, and breathe in from the edge of the universe. Practice it another time. So we're going to breathe out whenever you're ready. Find yourself coming to empty. You can keep a hand on the trunk of the body and just breathe in slowly. Breathing in from the edge of the universe as though I'm pulling that air right from the edge of the galaxy, and it just comes in really slow. Ah, you can allow some sound out one last time, in from the edge of the universe. Use a gesture if you want to. And out. Ah. Lovely, lovely. If that is a nice image for you, just give yourself a little stretch. Think about that sense of space in the body and make a note for yourself. If that is something that you could do with when you are waiting for the bus or dealing with, I don't know, a classroom of kids or whatever it is you have in your life. There may be a day, there may be a time for a breath from the edge of the universe. Just notice how you feel in your body. Is it still? Is it busy? Is it cold? Is it warm? You might be cold and sweating. I have that particular talent, as I'm sure others do. Just notice how you feel. Is there a tiredness, an excitement? It could be abstract, it could be a color. But whatever it is, breathe it in, and then we're going to speak it out really gently, just like we did with that principle. So mine might be letting the breath come all the way out, breathing in. Excited and cold. Excited and cold. Excited and cold. Nothing special, nothing impressive, just the truth. Give it a go. Lovely. So I'm going to remind you briefly just why we are working on this exhale. And this is really good if your brain is going, God, are we doing this again? This is so slow. There's a reason. There is a very good reason. Number one, if in doubt, breathe out. Your exhale is physiologically more efficient. Focus on the exhale, and that new breath will just come in more efficiently and lower down in the body. Less effort in the neck and chest. So number one, if in doubt, just breathe out. Number two, your exhale is what steps up your parasympathetic nervous system. And that is your access to calm, your rest and digest. It diffuses your vision. It helps your guts to keep their motility and movement. This is definitely something we could do with help with. So remember that your exhale, that's your calm. Blow it out, blow it away. That's your calm connection. Number three, we as humans have a range of breath that's probably like this. We are probably using about this. So if we've got it, we might as well find a bit more space within it. And thinking about that space, if you would like to and you are able to, don't worry if you can't. I'm asking you to imagine it or find a really gentle version if you are sitting in a chair or lying down. But if you can and you want to, bring those paintbrush fingers up really nice and gentle, not overextending that shoulder, not pushing, not muscling. And we're just going to allow that breath to just open up the ribs and give them a gentle, gentle tap. Coming down on one side, take a moment. Close your eyes and notice if there is a difference between the sides. One has opened, one has not yet. And when you are ready, second arm comes up, shoulder stays nice and stable, connected. We're not pulling the scapula, the shoulder blades out. Keep breathing. Notice your neck as it crunched up. And allow those fingers to just bring you over. And allow, if you can, since it's our last time, just allow a little bit of that vibration, like it's dribbling out, like liquid. And take your time, bring yourself back to center with that arm and allow it to drop. I am just going to demonstrate what I have just been saying about this emptiness and about the space that we actually have. So, what I'm going to do to demonstrate this is simply I'm going to talk. I might show you my tummy actually. I'm going to talk until I come to empty, and then I'm going to prove to you by saying shh when I get to empty that you still have more air in there. Don't do this, just watch me. Shh, 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 shh. Body's narrowing, air is emptying, abdominal muscles are working to push that air out. But you can probably see my trunk narrowing. Gonna come to empty, and even when I think I'm empty, I can still go shh and breathe in. Okay, so that is just, it is not for you to do, it is just to prove that even when we feel, oh my God, I am empty, you actually do have a little bit more air in there. So we're going to move down into our working position in the next couple of minutes, and I want you to hold on to that principle. We're going to breathe it in, and as you come down, we're going to breathe out on a brrr. Don't worry if you cannot do that. You're going to do a V or an F instead. So a brrr. Really nice floppy face. And if you struggle with the brrr, just put your fingers either side, see if that helps. So coming down to your position, if you can lie down on a yoga mat or such, that would be great. If you are in any other position, that is great too. No worries. But can you still bring yourself there with presence of mind? Breathe in your principle, breathe it out on a brrr or a v or a f. All of these are just gently moving towards empty. Take your time coming down. Remember, you have that permission to be slower and help yourself notice. The first thing we're going to do, I know we've done it, but it is genuinely the best. Give yourself a pandiculate. And if you've done one and it felt like it was in the upper body, can you pandiculate the lower body? Just think about it. It doesn't have to be a big movement. Just think about toes, ankles, legs. So if I just think about giving myself a little pandiculation and focusing it on the lower body, it might just be, oh yeah, I can feel that stretching the fascia all the way around the iliac crest of the hip there. Oh, I can feel that all the way up into my ribs, and maybe I move the legs into different directions. Do not worry if you cannot do any of this. If you are just watching it, just imagine the feeling in your body. Are you still breathing? That is the question. Lovely. So keep pandiculating just for 10 seconds. Remember, it brings those good feelings. And what we're going to try and do is encourage a yawn. A yawn is a signifier we have made contact with the nervous system. That is good. If you cannot do a yawn or yawning is uncomfortable, I know we have people with TMJ and condyle issues. That's okay. Imagine the space in the back of the throat, even if you can't yawn. Oh, that's going to make me yawn. And that's okay. In this new position, so on the floor or reclined on a bed if you are, wherever you are, bring your hand onto your body. And we're going to take a sigh out, allowing the tongue to emerge. This might be harder than when we've done it sitting up because gravity is working against your tongue. So give it a go. Using that gesture, find your empty first of all. Take a breath, nice and gentle. And tongue comes out. Slowly glides its way back into the mouth, and your hand is going to imitate that movement. In your own time, one more time. And bring it back in. I would love for you to do this one more time without me speaking. I want you to notice particularly what is happening at the back of the neck. For some of us, there may be a feeling that this wants to help and come forward. That is a really good indicator that this is a good exercise for you to practice. Your head wants to come forward and help. Your neck muscles want to help, but they don't need to. Take your time. One more stretch of the tongue with that gesture. Slowly back in to the mouth. Lovely. Staying as you are. I'm just coming up to see what's next. So I have another exercise, and you can do this lying down. You can, yeah, you can find whatever position you want to do this, but since we're lying down, let's try it here. This is, I'm going to call this the raspberry, and I was thinking about what would be easier, what might be a sort of half step between to the wave, that full release of the tongue. So your raspberry is going to look like this. We all know how to blow a raspberry. I love that this is going to be immortalized on the internet forever. Find your tongue and just allow it between your lips and see how fat and released and wide it can feel. You're not doing anything to it. And if that's tricky for you, again, we're going to find the edges of it. We're going to increase that proprioception by very gently, don't bite it off. Just give your tongue a little gentle nibble with your teeth. So we know where it is. You can do it with your lips if you want. And now, big fat tongue. Raspberry. What you may feel is, I really need a bit more power to do this. It's going to be a bigger breath in, and it is. So like you are a very rude 5-year-old and someone's just said, eat all your broccoli, you're going to take a nice big breath, hand on the body. And just see how long that lasts. What it's doing is, first of all, we are stretching that tongue because it's coming out of the mouth. We're just releasing that root slightly of the tongue. And then we're also vibrating it with that feeling. If you have gotten the shape of that, can you add some voice to it now? So it's the difference between no vibration in the throat and as though you were saying buh, buh, or something. Don't worry if that's tricky. If you are on level 1 of raspberry, that's fantastic. Just work on release tongue, release chest. Power's coming from here. 1 minute just to blow raspberries in your rooms. Go for it. And just check if your cheeks, your forehead, your brow is relaxed. See if your jaw could just get the message of, release, just release a bit more. And now for a final go at the raspberry together, let's infuse our principle in with it. So 50% less effort to whatever you were doing. You might sound utterly ridiculous. I would love for you to go for it and embrace it. It was quite gentle, that's quite nice. So just play with that last one, 50% less effort. Brilliant. Now, we are going to revisit the pause and poise that we did last week. So that means taking our breath from out, in, out, in to out, paused at empty, in, poised at full. I'm going to demonstrate this because it might seem really simple, but we are very much doing patting your head, rubbing your tummy, and making sure we breathe at the same time when we're doing all of these kind of exercises. So there's a reason we have to do this really nice and slow. This is one I highly recommend for every single one of you. Do it all day, every day. Do it in the morning. Do it before bed. I do it before I teach. I did it last night because I couldn't sleep because I was probably excited about seeing you all. I do it all the time. So I'm just going to come down and demonstrate this. You can do this in any position. Do not worry. Give myself a sigh, find that empty. And all I'm going to do is focus on keeping my throat open as I breathe in gently. Throat's open, it's almost suspended, and I'm only breathing in a few seconds, maybe 4. Feel that moment of fullness like a roller coaster before it and then becomes an exhale. And exhale, just let it go. Body narrows, ribs narrow, getting empty, moment of pause. Throat still open. And release to that little in-breath. 3, 4. Throat still open. I know that because I can speak. And releasing. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Coming to empty. Feeling that moment of emptiness. And releasing. So give it a go and take it really nice and slow. I'm a little dizzy, just for myself today, so I'm just going to move slowly. The reason I'm saying take a small in-breath is because many of us will be over inhaling, and that's when we start getting all of these lovely muscles helping us out. They're not really helping, yeah? So gently take that in-breath and trust yourself. You have more air than you think. Gently breathing out all the way to empty. Find that moment of emptiness and breathe in. Do this at your own pace, your own count. If you can, I would recommend you breathe in for 3 or 4, and then maybe breathe out for 6 or 8 if you can. The longer you can breathe out, the more effective it is for your nervous system, the more easy it is for that next breath in. I think it was Rita in the chat was talking about mouth breathing. If you are someone who often has a congested nasal passage, that's a really difficult one. But if you are someone who actually you mouth breathe at night, but during the day you can breathe through your nose, do this exercise every day, every day. Taking that breath in through the nose, nice gentle in-breath, moment of full. Remember that roller coaster, poised at full, you could speak. And exhale. Gently open the mouth. 4. And breathing in. Really nice. Moment of fullness, poised at full, not too much air in there. And exhale. Letting it just release. Diaphragm's just pinging back up. Moment of emptiness. And let your body take that breath in. Just give yourself a wiggle or a sip of water, anything that you need. We're going to revisit this with a physical movement in a moment. So if you can stay around that position, great. Don't worry if not. It is tricky with this exercise. A lot of you might be going, oh, actually, yeah, I am finding the four sides of it, right? The poised at full and the pause at empty. What can be really tricky is keeping the throat open. So don't worry about being perfect on all the levels right away. The most important thing is your out breath is longer than your in breath. Yeah. If in doubt, just breathe out. And then we need the four sides of the breath. So just a moment of fullness, poised, inspired. You could speak, you could sing, you could scream, who knows? And then exhale. The really key part for each of you individually is, I think, going to be, what is that place of emptiness for you? And if you can, make it a place that's friendly and safe. I think that can be a really, really wonderful tool, just to have a place of, it's a touch point of calm in the body. Physiologically, it may not feel like that right now, and that is okay. But we can't change a habit in a day. We feed in something else. So notice for yourself, where am I comfortable? Where do I know? Where is my emotional place? Is it when I'm empty and I don't want to go there? For me, I find the in-breath makes me really quite anxious. I don't really like being full. I really love being empty. And some of you will be the opposite way round. But it's a great indicator. Ah, yes, I've probably spent many years living in this room of the breath. I live in full, but I don't really visit the empty place. Like we talked about in session 1, there are rooms in your house. Yeah, we're just getting to know the different rooms. Right. Okay, so I'm going to add into this a movement, and this is a movement which it's called a pelvic tilt. Some of you may have done it with physiotherapy. Some of you may have experienced it in sort of somatic work like Alexander technique and Feldenkrais and things like that. What it is, I'm going to show you. So you can do this in semi-supine, which means your feet are flat on the floor, your knees are up, and your back is along your mat or your bed. And I'm going to show you, and this is really, really important, I'm going to show you a very exaggerated version so that you can see it. Only so you can see it. So this is kind of neutral. Your spine has many curves to it, and so it can't be straight. We need those curves. And we might even have extra ones because we're a little bit funky. Now, what we want to do is when we're breathing in, you want to think about tilting that pelvis towards my feet. And what that does is allow this gap underneath my lower back. I am doing this 20 times as big as you need to. So that's my inhale. There's a gap underneath my back. The spine arches. I can feel the air rushing in low in the body. I can feel my abdominals stretching all the way down to my pubic bone. Then, moment of fullness, and then as I exhale, I'm going to allow my spine to come back towards the ground. And that motion is going to help with the breathing out. Moment of emptiness. And it switches over. Breathing in, nice curve, exaggerated in the lower spine. There might be a gap underneath your lumbar curve. That is okay. Moment of fullness, breathing in and gently coming back towards empty, as though my spine could flatten those curves. Give it a go, and remember, A, we want a really gentle movement. And B, make it into a pandiculation for yourself. Make it feel intuitive. I know that something we may not thrive in is kind of instructional, prescribed movement. So just Find the shape of it yourself. Close your eyes and think about the tilt where you get that curve in the lower spine, allowing your breath and your breath to come in lower, allowing your abdominal muscles to release right down to the pelvis, and then coming back to empty as the pelvis tilts back the other way. If you are a dyspraxic body, mind, don't worry. We're just tilting the pelvis, breathing in, tilting it away, and then coming back to the ground, breathing out. You will have this recording so that you can go back. You can also look it up on, I'm sure there'll be YouTubes of people doing a pelvic tilt. So give that a go and see how it feels. And if it feels good, maybe increase that sense of the exhale. I would like you to step up that exhale with that movement now. If you can, if this is something that is going to work for you today. If not, then you have it to look forward to at some point, or you can imagine it, and that is perfectly fine. Yeah, we've got some people who can't get onto the floor anymore. That is absolutely fine. But that movement, remember, you've just got that imagination connection to it. So think about, what is it for you? Is it the feeling of being, I just got an image of like a mermaid or something, the way that the body kind of undulates and the spine moves. Just think of that and breathe it, Danielle. Um, that's a really, it's a really lovely way to just sort of bring in that sense of fluidity into the core of the body. And again, if you are like me and you need a gesture, just put it into, it can even be one finger. It can be that. That's it. Yeah. So we have pandiculated, we have sighed it out, released the tongue. We have blown raspberries, put some vibrations into the tongue, release those jaw bed muscles. We have done our poise, revisiting that empty, the emotional parts of the breath, the expansion to full. And now we have added in this movement of the pelvic tilt. Now, what I find is that often when we're moving the pelvis and breathing, it often does also stimulate the bladder. So this is probably a good time to say, let's just have a few minutes. And I know that that's not a particularly long time, but let's just have a few minutes just to go to the loo, get a drink, whatever you need. We will be coming back to work. If you can and want to work in a reclined position, that's great. If you want to find another position, that's absolutely fine. Right, I'm just going to run to the loo as well. Take your 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and I'll see you very shortly. Okay. Just seen a message from V saying the four-sided breath gives V tachycardia. Okay, so that is one that I would recommend you to go. Doesn't mean it's not a useful exercise, but just practice it when you are in your most relaxed state. So most relaxed time of day, most relaxed state of being, and really focus on the exhale. Sorry, now my heart's going because I just went upstairs and down. And just focus on the exhale really, really gently. So everything for you and anyone else who has quite a lot of sort of potsy symptoms, everything with less effort, gentle breath in. And we're actually going to talk about this now, particularly the movements of the diaphragm and how to sort of how to find the one that you're looking for. Goodness me, I'm not having a great day. I just walked upstairs, now my brain's fallen out. So you are not the only one. Yes, Danielle says she also got a little bit of the tachycardia, so racing heart. That is okay. It is to be expected. Also, when we are used to breathing in a habit, doesn't mean it's actually good for us, but it feels normal. When we are doing something else, it is really going to make the nervous system go, hang on, what on earth was that? Yeah? So just think about gentle breath out. Little bit less on the breath in. And gentle breath out. If you are someone who faints particularly, you might need a little bit more of the inhale. But as I said, practice it in a very gentle, relaxed way when you are in your most relaxed time of day and state. Okay, so we are going to activate the diaphragm even more and see if it can help us slow the breath down. We are also doing this to feel the difference in effort. So we have the small effort of our speaking, and then we have the bigger effort. Nikki, can you just turn the chat off for me, please? Hold your thoughts. I will come to it, and they're all great questions. But as you know, I am a very distractible bunny. Thank you. So take your time, and if anyone's feeling dizzy, just sit it out and watch. That is okay. We're going to feel the difference between small efforts, so a passive breath and voice, and then larger efforts, which would be your active breath and voice. And this is to help us balance when we are speaking and when we are doing activities, and it's to help us not to push. Many of you might find that you get tired if you have talky jobs, as many of us do. You might get really tired and feel like it's all sort of, it's almost like you're punching this solar plexus, this diaphragm area by the end of the day. And that usually means that we're pushing more than we need to. And we're usually making more effort, putting more effort and putting more air than we might need in there. So this is about helping us to balance between, okay, am I going on stage to do a 3-hour musical tonight? Or am I having a conversation with somebody who is 2 feet away from me? Or am I addressing 15 people in a really echoey, loud space, right? So there are a lot of different needs for our voice to manage. But when things are out of balance, it gets really effortful for the voice. So give yourself a little yawn if you can. Don't worry if you can't. If you can't, I'd like you to just give yourself a little sort of cheruby face. Oh, just to encourage that sense of just length and space inside. Oh. And if you can't yawn, and if you can and you want to, you can try this too. I just want you to think about like Dopey or someone like that. Oh, 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 oh. And what that is going to do, it just raises, the velum or the soft palate. It's sort of like the car boot of your throat. It might create a little bit more space, but this is what happens with opera singers. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's that same feeling as when you yawn. Oh. So now that we have just checked our throat is nice and open and given it a little yawn, We are going to start with the small one. So this is your chat at the bus stop, very, very casual. And we're just going to do one little S. What you want to feel is that there is a little bounce, a very little bounce that happens in the diaphragm. So bring your hand onto your low ribs. Just one, and see if you can feel it. It is okay if you cannot feel it. If you cannot feel it, I'm going to give you an image. I've just presented to you a beautiful birthday cupcake. I would like you to put your hand on your diaphragm and just blow out one short, sharp candle. I'm going to just show you, because you may not be able to feel it, everybody. I'm just going to show you physically what that looks like. There is a contraction in the body. But then, because my muscles are nice and released, my belly just fills the space back afterwards. So lovely. Just give that a go. The importance is to feel the bounce of that diaphragm, and then you just want to feel those muscles releasing afterwards. That is your passive breath, right? And now just imagine that you're just chatting to someone at the bus stop. You don't really need to feel much of that moving. How are you doing? Yeah, yeah, I'm all right. How are you? Yeah, yeah, I'm all right. Just give yourself a tiny conversation and see, what can I feel in the diaphragm? What's happening? Probably not much. That's okay. Okay, now we are going to feel the bigger movement of that. So we're going to start with a shh feeling. And again, I'm going to show you what that looks like in the body. So if this is nice and released, and there's a release back out afterwards. Do not make yourself pass out. Stay nice and reclined. Don't come up and get dizzy all of a sudden. Take it easy. All we want to do is feel, there is this bounce, small, passive bounce of the diaphragm. And then there's this shh, this sustained pull of the diaphragm. Give that active one a go. Shh. If you can't do shh or it doesn't feel good, try a V sound like you are a blender. Vroom, vroom, vroom. If your throat hurts or feels sore, remind yourself of the yawn. Oh, or of dopey. Oh, yeah. And like we talked about with the parts of the breath, so are you somebody who lives in the inhale? I'm always ready to go and full of air. Or are you someone who lives in the emptiness, right? We also need to know, where do I live within these movements, within the active and the passive? Do I lean more towards everything I say feels like I'm always just hanging on to that big old sound and it's squeezing in my body and I feel tight here? You're probably putting quite a lot of effort into the diaphragm movement, but probably got some closed or some muscle tension up in the throat. Or are you somebody who, I don't really feel that move at all. I just I feel like I speak from here, but nothing really happens down below. Make a note for yourself. You don't have to know, but trust your instincts, trust yourself. Where does my breath live? Inhale, exhale, pause, poise. Is it active? Is it big? Is it probably a bit much effort? Or is it passive? Is it quite small? I don't really feel that there's anything going on here. Now we're going to put this together. So, and this is quite it's a sort of rather a quick go through the movements of the diaphragm. But I'm playing with a couple of these thoughts which come from the accent method, which is a Scandinavian sort of speech and language therapy tool that I think can be quite useful of the speech and language therapies. So we're going to put this together. Don't worry if you are not a rhythm person. Don't worry about anything. I would like you to give yourself permission. Take 50% of the effort out of it, number one. And number two, get it as horribly wrong as you possibly could. Go for it. Terribly, awfully, disastrous. So the rhythm is going to go like this. So it's three little S's, three little bounces, and then a big squeeze of the diaphragm. So it's going to go and release. Next breath comes in, throat open, release to the belly. You can do this in any position that you want. And if you are somebody like me who clearly cannot sit still, move with it. If you are somebody for whom gestures work, go for it. Find the gestures. All we want to do is just feel the difference between, oh yeah, little sounds, how are you, versus, hello everybody, I am here to give a presentation to you on whatever I'm talking about for an hour. Yeah, that's the difference in what we're doing. One of them is casual, one of them is a bigger effort needed, and we're learning how to feel those. So you can play with that rhythm, give yourself a few more S's and a little shush at the end. Whatever feels good, just play around with it just for 30 seconds, and then we're going to let it go and just see if you can feel it here. If you are feeling tired, either here in the ribs or you are feeling like you are overworking your throat, just make notes and listen and breathe it in. You don't need to do more today. Lovely. So let's turn this. I wasn't actually going to do this, but let's turn this from unvoiced. Put your hand on your throat. You will feel no vibration. We're going to turn it into a Z sound, or a Z for my North Americans. So it's now going to be z, 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 z. I'm going to show you in the body that there are these little bounces happening and then a big one. And I want you to, first of all, before you do this, give yourself a yawn or a moment of surprise or dopey. Yeah, just check that throat is open. Okay? Zzz, 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 zzz. Release. Zzz, 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 zzz. Release. This is hard, so take your time. The key part, as I said, is that we put less effort into it overall. Just give it a go. And the key part is that you release the belly afterwards, release those abdominals. If one of you comes out of this going, oh God, I did not realize I have got this belt, this belt around me that I just don't let go in my belly. Fantastic thing to have learnt. Fantastic thing to know about yourself now, to have noticed. So one last time. 1, 2, 3, big one. Lovely. Okay, we are going to just do one final thing in this block of exercises, and then we're going to do tips and tricks about speaking. Let's just find this open throat with that sense of a yawn. If you cannot yawn anymore or there is pain, that is okay. We're going to find the gesture of it. So the gesture is simply open, open, and round. Do not hyperextend your fingers, your wrists, your elbows, your shoulders, your shoulder blades. Just let it be. So now we're going to do that with this gesture, and I would like for you, either with your eyes closed or your eyes open, you're going to fill your room with sound. And your mission, if you choose to accept it, is that you do not care what it sounds like. It can be broken sound and low. It can be kind of an emotional sound. It can be something with a pitch that sounds a bit like singing. That's okay, but we're just going to allow it. So give yourself that thought of a yawn. Just dare yourself. No Zoom, I'm not playing music, but thank you for the suggestion of thinking so. One more time, dare yourself. Fill your room. It is your room. It is your space. Your voice absolutely belongs there. There's nothing shameful about it. Just let it go. Yawn, filling the room with your sound on the exhale, coming all the way to empty, practicing what we've been doing, and gently, if you can, taking that breath in through the nose, low into the body. Brilliant. Write down anything you would like to. I have compiled some tips and tricks. I have done this, I have chosen these specific ones for very specific reasons. So often we will get sent to speech and language therapy, and speech and language therapy will usually focus on overworking one muscle which is affected. And that doesn't do much, and it doesn't do much for us. So the principle of the tips that I'm trying to give is actually finding the awareness and finding balance. Those are your two real big things that I mean it just seems that we seem to struggle with awareness and balance. So the first one, oh yeah, so in terms of those things, a balance and awareness. With the balance, you want power below. This might be one to write down or draw a picture of the body. Generate the power below. Low, low, low. You can only do that if you're aware you have a body but below your head and if your feet are kind of planted to the ground, right? So power below, we want an open throat. So we do lots of things, whether it's the neck or the paintbrush fingers or sighing or yawning or imagining that space in the back. All of that's going to help the throat stay open. So we've got a generator below. We've got this open tube that power can come through. And the third one is going to be easy vibration, right? The more tense we get, the more it is like putting a blanket over a guitar. You will not resonate as easily. So here are your tips and tricks. Number one, Tarzan. We have done this on the chest and the ribs. So let's start with the good old chest and ribs. Gentle fingers. Oh, we've done this. So I'm not going to go over it. You can do the back. You can also use your back, keep your back kind of flat. This is a great one for loosening up your diaphragm nice and gently. It might also make you burp, as it just did me. Right, so that's your Tarzan in your trunk. We can also Tarzan just really gently, and I mean really gently, around the jaw, around these meaty muscles in the corner. And now coming down to the chin, can you gently tap? Notice, are you squeezing your ribs? Is something hurting in the upper arms? Or can you do this in a way that feels a little bit loose? Blow through your lips. Just waking up those cheeks. Lovely. And can you just kiss the screen? Seems silly, but genuinely a brilliant stretch for this sphincter, these sphincter muscles. Your mouth is essentially a sphincter. It is a round muscle. Bring it forward. Make sure that you are not overextending your neck. Lovely. So we're Tarzaning, just releasing, tapping the face, but we're just helping to release with these, with this lip muscle. So now we're just going to bring the, yeah, okay. So that's your Tarzan. Sorry, I was just about to merge this into the next thing. So tapping all over the body. Tap your head. You've got resonators in your skull. Tap around your ears. Tap around your neck. Really gentle. Ooh, I feel nice and warm now. Let that go. So we've got Tarzan, which is the sort of gentle fists, and then we've got tapping the face. So that's your Tarzan for your face. Number 2, opening the mask. So M and N and NG as in mum or none or mango or hang. Those are your nasal sounds. And every accent or dialect speaks in a different place. Americans, North Americans, use these resonators, your nasal resonators, they use them a lot more than we do. Now, in England, I'm speaking from England, this is also partly why they appear to be louder than other people, because your nasal resonators are really fantastic at projecting sound. So, if you are somebody whose throat tires, if you are somebody who's putting in too much effort and it's getting sore here, wake up those nasal resonators every single morning. So let's start with many mangoes, and you can make up your own. If you are a less dizzy person, you can also use a little bit of gravity. So many, 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 many mangoes. Many. Just give yourself a little. So I'm just gently using my fingers to just get into these creases and just play with those are your 3 sounds. So many mangoes. And have fun making up your own ones. I always recommend to people, especially if they are going out to a bar or a club or somewhere that is very loud and echoey, as so many places are these days, go American, think Texas, just like go nasal. It will help to take some pressure off of your throat. So another thing you can do is just think about a witch. So just give me a nice E sound and a little gesture. Close your eyes and I want you to see, can I notice that there's something resonating in the mask? So, number 1, we have got Tarzan on the body and on the face. I can actually feel that my voice is resonating in the front of my face now. So, just for fun, just say many, 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 many mangoes. Many, 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 many mangoes. And just see how your voice sounds. Lovely. Okay, number 3, we are going to do hills and valleys, although maybe I should call them small hills and small valleys. And what we're going to do is simply allow the finger, the gesture, to make sure that we're keeping the pressure off of the throat, and we're just going to go up and down in pitch. You can do this on an M, you can do this on an N, you can do this on an NG that we've just been working with. So tapping out the body, releasing, getting into your resonators, and then hills and valleys. So, Do you notice I am not using active diaphragm movement? This is not, yeah, it's not huge. It's just, Focus on your finger and just give yourself the gentle movement up and down. For all my mucousy people, this is another one that is really, really, really helpful. If you find you need to clear your throat a lot, I seriously suggest you do some pitch up and down. If you've got the hang of this little pitch movement up and down, you can also just play with almost revving, just gently. So that was and now I'm going to go the other way. Make sure you got space in the mouth. Now do that, imagining you've got a golf ball just here. Nice long face, open cheeks, those lips. Very nice. That is number 3, hills and valleys with your gesture. Number 4, it works on the principle of brrr, which we have been doing before. If you are still working on that, that is a fantastic one to do. I do it every single day, many times. So there's nothing wrong with that one. Play with just keeping your fingers here. Brrr, and then you can start working on moving up and down in pitch. Brrr. Lovely. So you can also, we can add that brrr sound, which is just brilliant, to your pitch, your hills and valleys. You can also add it to what we just did with the accent method. So instead of zzz, 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 you can start going brr, 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 brr. Remember to keep the sense of a yawn, just to keep that throat nice and open. Okay, and that is pretty much, I think, all the time that we have got. So I have got a question from Rita, who was asking about mouth breathing last time, and I thought it was such an important one to cover. So if anybody has a question or something they'd like to put in the chat, please do. If you are just writing down your little voice tips and tricks, then do that. That is great. I'm just going to talk to you about Rita's question. Nikki, could you turn the chat on, please? Ah. So, last week, Rita asked about mouth breathing because she's had laryngitis for some weeks now, which is very tiring and very boring, we can all agree. So, mouth breathing is tiring the throat out, but she also doesn't feel that she can get enough air into the nose. This is so common. So, it's a really good question because A, we have mucus, it happens, and we do get blocked up. What I would recommend, if this is you and you are struggling to breathe in through your nose, your mouth breathing, it's drying the throat out. It's a simple thing, but I want you to think about keeping that tongue kind of nice and fat, just keeping it in the mouth so that when I take my breath out, I am going to breathe in through my nose, but I'm also breathing in through my mouth, just gently parting the lips and the teeth. Now, behind that, I'm going to keep my tongue in place. And what that is going to do, just play with it for a second because it's a really subtle thing. But just think about if I've got my lips here, my teeth here, I then want this tongue to just be protecting the cavern of the mouth, protecting the back of the throat into the larynx. So think about if you are struggling to breathe in through your nose, just think about breathing through your mouth and your nose if you can, and keeping the tongue in the mouth. What that's going to do is probably just keep it a little degree warmer in there, and it's going to stop it from drying out quite as much because your tongue has moisture that is pulling the air over. So that is number 1. Just while you are sick, that is how I breathe when I am sick and I am struggling, so that I'm not just really drying out all those tissues. Fantastic. Okay, so that's your while sick tip. Drink warm water if you can, in terms of refluxy things, and that's okay for you. I would recommend just drinking water, warm water or hot water. And when you have a break, when you can breathe through your nose, practice the 4 in, moment of full, and 8 out, moment of empty. That's what I want you to practice. It is so key, that exercise. I promise every single one of you, if you implement that into your life, it will change your life. In for 4, out for 8. The breathing out leads the breath. that is going to replace the habit. And that's what we all have, is real strong and ingrained habits. And they're right to be there because we've had to accommodate for things in the body. So in terms of not being able to get enough air in the nose, number one, your nose is smaller. So it is brilliant for practicing. I'm going to drink it in like through a straw instead of this big old gaping mouth. So two, there could be something structural in the nose. But three, I think it's probably more likely habit, tension, and the psychology of breath that we discovered. So for many of us, when we're breathing in through our nose, we might feel that this area starts to tighten up. So get those tapping fingers. If you are one of my people who struggles to breathe in through your nose, breathe out just gently, almost like you're not even breathing out, you're just hanging out. And then gently in through the nose. You can keep your lips and your teeth parted, keep your tongue in the way of them. And remember, we're not over breathing in, and releasing all the way out. This area, oh my gosh, please, I will do an 8-week course just on this area. It is so fascinating. But unfortunately, we don't have time today. So if that feels really, really uncomfortable to you and it feels kind of unsafe in that psychology of breath way that we've been discussing, practice that 4-8 exercise. So blowing out for 8, in for 4. And can you blow lazily through the lips when you're doing that so that you feel the air coming out? Breathing out. Breathing out. Yeah. So just allowing a little bit of not effort, but release on the exhale, really let it go. And then just let the, and then just let that inhale in nice and slow. Yeah, I really suggest a gesture, or thinking about like a straw in the body, something that just drinks it really nice and slow. So, final thoughts, questions. Mm, okay. Any tips for one-sided tension in the jaw or larynx? Great question. Okay, Rosie, you are not the only one. We all have imbalances. Most of us have a side of the tongue that's dominant or a side of the mouth that's dominant as well. So doing these exercises and focusing on, oh yeah, I'm bringing both the left and the right side with me is really key. So if it's something like the wave tongue that you're practicing, Rosie, then also think about to the left and then to the right, so that we're just bringing that sense of awareness. Key thing, yeah, jaw always feels more tense one side. Rosie, I'd imagine it's to do with a sore shoulder, a sore rib, a sore hip, a sore foot. It could be anything, but tension travels up the body. So I would imagine that doing all of these exercises, from noticing where the tension is in the body, am I the same on my left and right side, pandiculating, those are all going to be really, really good for you. But you are so not the only one. I also, as a singer, when I get to my high notes, I'm fascinated by this. My head wants to go to one side. So there's something in these muscles that is not even. Right, hills and valleys was working for Danielle. That's fantastic. Good. Keep them close. Keep those hills and valleys close. And remember, it's a small hum. It's gentle. Tried to do the breath in from the edge of the universe. I felt like I was hyperventilating. Okay, so that's okay. It may not be one for you. However, just think about maybe adding a sense of gesture to it. I'd be curious to know. Aileen was writing that the edge of the universe made her feel like she's going to hyperventilate. I'd be curious to know, where is your safe place in your breath? Are you a breather inner? Are you someone who likes to be full, or are you someone who likes to be empty? Did it feel dangerous to breathe in slowly? Just curious, what's the thought in the mind? Is it sort of alarm bells, or is it just there's a physical reaction happening? Because it could be that sort of that pesky dysautonomia coming in. Beverly. Oh, that's so lovely. Beverly said, "This has been wonderful and I will miss it next week. I'm going to try and set aside Saturday morning time to practice these so I have them in my head to use." I really encourage you to do that. I really do. I think that is a brilliant idea. I can breathe in slowly through my nose. Yes. Ah. Oh, yeah. Oh, great. Sorry, I got excited there. So Nicola said, I can breathe in slowly through my nose, but when I am singing or doing anything active, I need quicker breath. My nose collapses and the air won't go through. That's perfectly fine. That is okay. So you will not be the only one. When you are training in singing or speaking, so sort of acting or singing, you have to find that snatch breath. It's a really quick breath, but basically what you have to work on is the reflex of the intercostal muscles. So you will have to breathe in through your mouth. If I am, for instance, singing or presenting, or as I have just done, breathe through my mouth 3 times quickly. Yeah. So what you need to focus on is think about these elastic muscles, the intercostals, breathing out and then just filling that the hands in a sort of reflexive way. So keep practicing that 4-8, but you are absolutely not wrong, Nicola, and you are not weird for that. Everybody will need to breathe through their mouth to do certain things. So I had a voice assessment to join a choir. I was told to lower and relax my chin. Interesting. Nicola, for your choir exercises, do them on the floor. Do them on the floor and notice, is it that back of the neck that wants to get involved? Because so many of us have issues in this cervical spine. I love these sessions. I found them really helpful. It would be amazing to have a regular session. Oh, I mean, I think you're onto an idea there. So Aileen has said definitely more of a breathe inner. Interesting. Well, then it might have been, I want you to just think about it for the next week as you practice it really gently. Can you tell yourself while you're doing this? Maybe your principle of practice is, I am okay. I have got air. I am okay. I have got air. Or something like that. And just see, is this a mind signal or is this a real body signal? And V also says that, yeah, V is not somebody who likes being empty. Do I have any empty people who just absolutely love it? Maybe it's just me. Any other thoughts or questions? I'm just going up to the top because I remember there were a couple of people. Who had thoughts? Yeah, mouth breathing. Yeah, we did that one. Ah, yes, okay. So we covered the mouth breathing. I think we might have got it then. That's good. Empty feels good. Empty feels good. Okay, I've got some empty friends. That's nice. And isn't it interesting how what feels safe to someone feels just torturous to other people? So I think, so Jenna's just said that Jenna would like a regular group session like this. I think we should set that up because it is something that I love to do. There is just we're a really fascinating, interesting, complex, curious bunch of people, and I really enjoy working with hypermobile voices. So I'm making a note of that, that if a regular session is what you would like, I think let's make that a thing. Now, just with the last few moments, just with the last few moments, let's do a final, just a little collective hum. And we're going to make it from a hum into an R. So all you're doing is just hum and then opening your jaw, just gently. And I want you to think about releasing the sound into your room. But beyond that, I want you to think about going from a hug and then releasing it out. So take your time. We're just going to practice it once. So hum, ah. So a hum and then opening the mouth. Hum, ah. Give yourself a little Tarzan if it feels good. And we're going to do that one more time. Give yourself a hug. And I want you to think about releasing this sound into the universe. I want you to think about releasing the pain out of your body and into the universe. Think about releasing the emotion and think about releasing those habits. And when you breathe it out, the next breath that comes in is going to be a breath of new habits, okay? And a breath of new awareness that you found. You've all found something, and that's a thing to really celebrate. So take your time, breathe it in, give yourself a hug, hum, and release to an R. Ah. Release it out. Give yourself a little shake. Give yourself one more if it feels good. Um, and finish it up as we started, just with that hug. Give yourself a hug. Our bodies just go through so much rubbish. And I felt not good this morning. Not good. Yeah, just give yourself that love, the fact that you've done this, because it is important and it's not easy. It's really not easy. I would be really grateful for your feedback because it helps me to learn what's working and also what isn't working. So if there are things that you want to feed back to me or challenge me on, you can email me that. If you just want to send lovely feedback about how it's helped you, oh my gosh, I will take that too. So please email me if you would like to. I'll just put my email in the thing. Imogen@imogenroux.com. There we go. So as I said, good and bad, I really want to know. But if you have something that's feedback that you think, gosh, would this help somebody else kind of find this work? Maybe that's something to kind of think about if you're like, oh, I don't really know what to say. Just what would it that you'd say to someone who's in pain that's like, yeah, I know you're tired, and even if you don't want to, but what has it done? So I'd be really grateful for that. Um, and I'm just going to read through some of your messages. Yeah, a group session. We'd love a group session. Yeah, we've got some takeaways. Amazing. Yeah, Rita wants a regular slot. Eva says, I'm really poorly today, but I still enjoy watching. Rita, you are a star. I'm so glad that you came. Would love regular sessions. Yes, Amy, keep being a cat. That is fantastic. Nicholas says, I feel much better in general after this session. Guys, so do I. I was having a little weep at, 10:30 going, I just feel really, really crap. So you are not alone. We are not alone. And there's such an alchemy of being in a place where people just, you don't have to explain yourself as much. So remember that. Rosie says, thank you so much for your time. Oh, you are very, very welcome. Thank you all for, yeah, your presence and your curiosity. And please do keep in touch with me. And please do tell other people about this work, especially if you are connected to a medical office field department, something. That's who I'm really trying to get this work in with as well. So how can I help, healthcare professionals communicate this? And yeah, I think I will see you at a soon date when I've figured out a sort of a follow-up session to this. So this is not the end. Thank you so much, everybody. Go well. Keep breathing out, if in doubt. And I think that's all I have to say.